to this conference. This year's theme is Misconceptions in Nutrition, Health and Education. So we will try to talk about a future that is based on right information. For about 15 years, we have been working towards making this right information accessible to everyone. Let's have a look at Sabri Ülker Food Foundation.
Geleceği için bugünden üretmek, bugünden çalışmak ve farkındalık sağlamak. Bilimselliğin önemini anlatmak, sağlıklı yaşam ve beslenme konularında güvenilir bilgilerin topluma ulaşması için çalışmak. Sabri Ülker Vakfı'nın kuruluşundan bu yana işi bu, hedefi bu, varoluş nedeni bu. Gıda, beslenme ve sağlık alanlarındaki bilimsel bilgilerin topluma ulaşması için alanında uzman bilim insanlarından oluşan bağımsız bir bilim kurulunun rehberliğinde başladık çalışmaya. Ulusal ve uluslararası paydaşlarımızla alanının referans kurumları ile işbirliği içinde yeterli, sağlıklı ve dengeli beslenmeyi bir yaşam biçimi olarak görüp ona ulaşmanın tüm bilimsel yollarını toplumla paylaşmak için kuruluşumuzdan bu yana onlarca proje gerçekleştirdik. Gelecek sağlıklı nesillerin teminatı, bugünden bilinçlenen çocuklarımız dedik. Yemekte Denge Eğitim Projesi, Türkiye'nin en kapsamlı ve sürdürülebilir beslenme eğitim projesi olarak fark yarattı. Proje, Türkiye'de 7 milyona yakın öğrenci, ebeveyn ve öğretmene ulaştı. Genç bilim insanlarımızın, ülkemizin bilimsel ortamının yeşermesine katkı sunabilmesi için desteğe ihtiyacı var. Sabri Ülker Bilim Ödülü her yıl bu misyon ile düzenleniyor, seçilen projelerin gelişmesine destek sağlıyor. Türkiye'nin ilk dijital bilimsel bilgi platformunu dünyanın dört bir yanından uzmanlarla kurduk. Adına Bilim Bunu Konuşuyor platformu dedik. Platform popüler sağlık konularında bilimin aslında ne söylediğini yazan tek kanal oldu. Türkiye'nin ilk uluslararası akredite beslenme ve sağlık iletişimi programı ile her biri alanında uzman bilim insanları ile iletişimcileri aynı masanın etrafında buluşturuyoruz. Gıda güvenliği, beslenme bilinci ve sağlık okuryazarlığına odaklanan Uluslararası Beslenme Sağlık Okuryazarlığı ve Eğitim Konferansı ile dünyadan ve Türkiye'den uzmanların katılımıyla güncel konuları ve bilimsel verileri topluma aktararak farkındalık oluşturmayı hedefliyoruz. Herkes okusun diye mottosuyla yola çıktık. Popüler bilim, akademik yayınlar ve çocuk kitaplarıyla Türkiye ve dünyadan referans örnekleri okuyucularla buluşturan Sabri Ülker Vakfı yayınlarını kurduk. 7'den 70'e okura kitaplarımızla ulaşıyoruz. Kurucumuz, merhum Sabri Ülker'in hayat felsefesinden beslenen misyonumuz ve dünya genelinde referans kabul edilen saygın kurumlarla işbirliği içerisinde yürüttüğümüz tüm bu çalışmalarımızın hepsi yıllar içinde önce emekledi, sonra gelişti, şimdi de hepsi Türkiye'de bir ilk olan alanının tek vakıf çatısı altında meyvelerini veriyor. Başardıklarımızdan aldığımız ilhamla çalışacağımız her değerli proje daha sağlıklı bireylerle, daha sağlıklı bir toplum için. Çünkü yarınlar bizim.
Bu anlamda günü başlatırken
As we start this meaningful day, I would like to invite to the floor Dr. Talat Öz, the head of Sabri Ülker. Kind invitation. Good morning. Have a nice day. Most of the meetings that we have been holding for many years are integrated and participated by female participants, and I am proud of this. In the past, we had to allocate a certain quota for female participants, but I think in the future we will have to allocate this quota for male participants. Thank you very much and welcome, distinguished head of the department, distinguished representatives of the ministry, esteemed members of the scientific committee, and dear guests. This year we are holding the 5th International Nutrition, Health Literacy and Education Conference. I would like to welcome each and every one of you to this conference. To be with you on the occasion of this conference is quite invaluable and meaningful for us. The Turkish food sector was pioneered by Sabri Ülker, and this foundation was established in 2009 on his name. The mission of this foundation is inspired by his life vision, and we have ensured a lot of trust in our foundation. And this trust was gained thanks to our rich array of activities. So because we would like to also make sure that our society has access to reliable and correct and accurate information about healthy lifestyles and nutrition. So scientific accuracy and ethical principles are the principles that we follow when we try to answer some questions. And we would like to be a reference foundation in our field, and we are reaching out to more and more people with each year passing. For about 15 years, we have been holding international conferences. We started Sabri Ülker Scientific Award. We started projects for children, and we also got engaged into publication. So through such a rich array of activities, we are now able to reach out to every one person out of 7 in Turkey, which means 12.5 million people. There is a growing interest in the world about healthy nutrition and healthy lifestyles, but the statements made by people who are not knowledgeable are causing confusion in the public. This is also bringing along disinformation. Last year, European Food Information Council cooperated with us, and we conducted a research about this issue together with them. And the research revealed that the health literacy among the Turkish people is lagging behind other countries. So in this context, in our 15th year, we are holding this 5th International Nutrition, Health Literacy and Education Conference. And this conference is aiming to struggle against disinformation and raise awareness in this regard. The core of our foundation is our scientific board. And this board has members who are quite valuable, who are quite experienced in this regard. This conference is also enhance the level of health literacy, decrease the misinformation, and raise awareness about food and healthy lifestyles. This conference is going to open up new options in this regard. Dear participants, I would like to welcome you for your participation, and I also would like to welcome our online participants as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. İçöz. Now I will invite to the floor for the opening remarks from Hacettepe University Education Faculty and an invaluable member of Sabri Ülker Foundation, Professor Dr. Hünkar Korkmaz. Dear participants, today we are holding the 5th International Nutrition, Health Literacy and Education Conference. I would like to welcome you all to this conference. In this conference, we are going to talk about the views and viewpoints of the people representing education and food sector, and we are going to talk about some misconceptions in health, nutrition and education. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to deliver your opening remarks on this important occasion. This conference is going to be about nutrition science and health literacy, how to enhance it. So, and this conference is also held by Sabri Ülker Foundation, which is a pioneer foundation in its field. Since 2021, we have been holding such conferences, and this conference is also going to focus on nutrition, health, and education, which are the three most important pillars of human life. We would like to raise awareness in this regard, enhance health literacy, and contribute to the protection of public health. These are the aims and objectives of this conference. So in line with these aims and objectives, this conference is also trying to give you a holistic perspective, and it is focusing on public health, education, dietary sciences, and it is also focusing on the viewpoints of the psychologists, communication specialists, and health experts. Since the start of this process, I have been involved in the organization committee of this conference, and I am proud of this. The world is getting more and more complicated over time. It is really difficult to catch up with the news that we see on the media. It is really difficult to catch up with and follow up with every piece of information and news that is reaching us. Every day, people are getting more and more confused about what to eat. People are seeking for scientific information, but they are struggling against loads of information, and they find it hard to choose what to believe. The scientific experts are also in disagreement with each other. That's what people think. People, when they would like to know about what they should eat, how much water they should drink, they are encountering a lot of information. That's why it is getting more and more complicated for people. And this confusion is leading people to come up with unhealthy options. And without an adequate policy response, this situation may cause lasting harms. So this year's conference is going to be about misconceptions in nutrition, health, and education. We would like to start some discussions on this issue, and we would like to talk about some misconceptions about food, health, and diets, which are making it difficult for people to make healthy choices. And we will hear some speeches about this in this conference. Digital platforms and social medias are loaded with nutrition or health-related information, and most of this information is disturbing. Economer and from Utah University conducted a survey about misconception about cancer treatment and cancer nutrition in online platforms, and this survey was conducted, research was conducted in 2021. According to the results, Pinterest, the information that is loaded on Pinterest has 1/3 of misconceptions and misinformation about cancer nutrition. So we see that some of these information are refuted over time, but TikTok is also feeding these misconceptions, and there is no one single solution for these problems. Young people are showing greater interest in these platforms. So it may be online setting, or it may be in a physical examination room setting, but it is very important to refute these misconceptions and start to make the good options and get rid of these myths. The American Nutrition Society has also a research about who is going to make the right choice, a research led by Alice Richetine. And in that research, it was revealed that actually to be attentive is the responsibility of the consumers, but it is also the responsibility of the education specialists, federal government and state government and health care specialists to provide people with accurate information. This lesson cannot be taught by one single party, because everyone is eating and everyone has the risk of being faced with misconceptions. That's why in nutrition or healthcare sciences, there are a lot of research findings in this regard. We have to minimize these misconceptions, change them, and educate the society and inform the society. So in this regard, many participants that we have today in this conference are from education field. Education is very important to provide people with accurate information and relatable information. Education plays a critical role in this regard. If we follow the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we see that the physiological needs are the most basic needs of human beings. That's why in order to survive, your basic need is nutrition as a human being. That's why nutrition and food literacy is important not only for protecting our environment and vulnerable health, but it is also important to provide sustainable and reliable lifestyles for the future generations. And it is also very important to better understand the problems. Scientific studies are also playing a critical role in this regard. So, in order to build these stones for the future, we need to cooperate among the relevant stakeholders. But today, we are here because the education specialists are facing big challenges. And these challenges are also really important opportunities. The education systems have a basic mission of providing people with meaningful lifestyles. This is not going to change, and it cannot change. Only through education we can teach people some basic skills that can lead to employment and that can contribute to the social development of countries. Only through education we can get these skills. There is a universal truth which is as follows: no matter what the problem is, education is the only strength that we have to overcome any kind of problems, and this can be achieved by teachers. So we need to make sure that we provide effective and efficient learning settings. This is very important for academic success. But when we talk about misconceptions, we talk about misbeliefs. Or a wrong idea that is in contradiction with realities. And misconceptions in education have an impact on learning processes. If we face such impacts on learning processes, then people are deprived of some basic skills that they need for survival. What kind of misconceptions can we talk about when we mention learning? Learning is a very complicated process which requires attitude or a certain setting. Sometimes learning is hampered by some misconceptions or invisible obstacles. In this regard, misconceptions may prevent people from acquiring new skills, or it may represent some misperceptions or some prejudices, or it may be also revealing itself in the form of other things. As Claude Bernard mentions, the things that prevent us from learning other things are the things that we already know. So these misconceptions may seem to be not harmful, but they may have a lasting impact on the prevention of learning, and it may also lead to disappointment and frustration. And Chen and the others had conducted a study, and they revealed that in a mock online learning program, which is free of charge, they try to understand the impact of this platform on students' learning. In an online learning program that was provided to a lot of people, they revealed that there are some critical obstacles that people face. Some prejudices which are wrong or which are naive, they are actually preventing people from learning scientific explanations, from having a deep understanding of these scientific explanations and statements. So it is actually a belief system which has such misconceptions. So in this regard, when people have their inconsistencies with the environment, they may not notice such misperceptions that they have. That's why in such a complicated setting, we may be getting away from the realities, and this may also lead to some misconceptions. Misconceptions may be about science, mathematics, nutrition, or health. So it may be related to the learning processes, and it may reveal itself in different forms. So in this regard, identification of misconceptions requires cooperation among different disciplines. It is like a three pillar. I mean, in this pillar, if you actually don't have one pillar well established, then the whole system is disrupted. If you want a person to lead a healthy lifestyle, then you need to get the engagement of education scientists, nutrition scientists, and healthcare specialists. Without the contribution of any of them, then this whole system would be disrupted. So as it is clear from the name of this conference, we need to assess nutrition, health, and education altogether. This is very important for the health of future generations. This multidisciplinary approach is really important, and we took this approach into consideration in the organization of this conference. What kind of factors lead to misconceptions in education? Most of them are stemming from inadequate preliminary information. So if you have inadequate information, preliminary information, then you may fall into the trap of misconceptions. Students try to integrate new concepts into their already established concepts in their minds. For instance, a child, when he or she tries to learn which food groups should be on a healthy, should be part of healthy lifestyle, then the child may not be able to follow a healthy lifestyle. This misconception may be stemming from, misinformation about the food groups or nutrition. And we all are born into a culture. I have some students from different cultural backgrounds, and I always emphasize the importance of culture to them. So cultural background is also having an important impact on how students perceive scientific concepts. And this is also another reason for misconceptions. The cultural background that you have is shaping the perspectives that you have. And your past, your comments are, of course, shaped by these cultural backgrounds. For instance, some food groups may not be consumed in some different cultures, or it is assumed that it is believed that men need to eat more than women. But this misconception is leading to the fact that women are provided with less food in times of crisis or wars. For instance, adolescent girls, they are also very vulnerable. A pregnant girl or a breastfeeding girl needs to eat well, but when they are deprived of such things, they may face serious problems. So there are different myths or misconceptions in all corners of the world, and some of them are unfortunately incorporated into textbooks or curricula. For instance, our grandmothers mentioned that there are some myths, there are some cures for flu or cold. Not all myths are wrong or harmful, but in order to avoid confusion, we need to rely on the expertise of nutrition experts and education experts. We need to also take into account how the objects are processed in our minds. These models help us understand our surrounding, take better decisions, and learn new things. Sometimes these models that are already available in our minds have some misconceptions. For instance, students may think that I need to eat fruit to lead a healthy lifestyle. In the second session, I'm going to share with you some results of our research. So students are actually correlating eating fruits with health. And they think that fruits are always healthy. However, eating only fruits or fruits only are not enough for a holistic lifestyle and holistic healthy lifestyle. People think that if I don't eat bread, I will stay fit. Or if I don't eat sugar, I will never get obese. Or if I don't eat fat, I will never get obese. Actually, obesity is a kind of malnutrition, or in many developed countries, obesity rates are on increase. And the main reason for this are the misconceptions or misunderstandings in the background. And there are also misillustrations. Many food companies, they are actually promoting their food products with a certain body type. For instance, in the cartoon, we have seen that spinach is giving you muscles, but is it enough to eat only spinach to have muscles? You may eat kilos of spinach, but you may still not have the muscles that you see in that cartoon. And there are also some overgeneralizations and some scientific prejudices. Actually, the dietitians play a very important role in this regard because they are providing the basic information to education field and to healthcare fields. The dietitians should not cause confusions and they should reach some agreements among themselves because we rely on the information that we get from them and we are incorporated that information to the textbooks and the curricula. That's why fruits have a lot of vitamins in them and they protect us from diseases. This is overgeneralization. But if we believe that this is true, this is actually a wrong assumption based on overgeneralization because people think that I may recover if I only eat fruits. There are also mispractices or sometimes lack of practice may also cause some misconceptions. This is also preventing us from reaching out to correct information. Practice and theory fit each other mutually. This is very important. If we don't, if we ignore this, we ignore how complicated the word is. Sometimes people think that if I drink a lot of water, I will be healthy. But if you drink too much water, you may face some medical problems. And sometimes, actually, when we are using some medical terms, we may also cause misconceptions because if we use a concept in the place of another concept, we may lead to misunderstandings. The Turkish community says that actually 1 kilogram, the Turkish society has a saying that 1 kilogram may actually obscure a lot of problems. But people are now talking about getting skinny or I am always telling people, the participants of the conferences or my students, that scientists should be very responsible. They should pay attention to every word that is coming out of their mouth. Actually, science is like a chess. If you actually take a wrong step, then you may lose or win the game with one single play, one single step. So that's why scientists should bear this responsibility and understand how important their responsibility is. In this room, we have a lot of people from the education background, and I would like to tell them that you are playing a very big role. It is not always possible for healthcare professionals or nutritionists to talk to people, but as education science specialists, we are interacting with people all the time. We are shaping their future. We are making sure that they lead a healthy lifestyle and they contribute to the society. So we have a very big role to play in this regard. I wanted to specifically invite people from the education field to this conference because they will transfer this knowledge to their students, and they will of course follow scientific methodology when they give their messages to the students. In this regard, as far as the choice of textbooks are concerned, I think curricula are like the censored government programs. So when we are teaching curricula to students, as mentioned by Atatürk, we should always take science as the greatest as the lead for us, as the greatest guide for us. So I don't want to take too much of your time. We have a lot of participants from different provinces, from different cultural backgrounds, but to lead a decent lifestyle, we are all playing a role in this regard, and we are motivated by the same goal. When we are making progress towards this goal, we should never give up on this way. So we would like to serve this goal of serving the humanity and contributing to the scientific knowledge. That's why I would like to pay tribute to Sabri Ülker Foundation. The management of this foundation has made this conference a conventional, a traditional one, and they are actually inspired by the motto of health for everyone. And this is an indication of the importance that they attach to this topic. I'm sure that the presentations that you will listen to in this conference will give you a rich perspective. The conference statements will also contribute to raising awareness on public health and education, and it will also emphasize on the need to raise even more awareness. My main message is as follows: what am I fighting for in this world? I want to be set a better example for my children and for my grandchildren. They still have the right to health. They still have the right to quality education. So we can do this all together. I would like to mention that we should be innovative. We should reach out to new partners. I am looking forward to hearing your contribution to this conference. I would like to also thank the scientists and speakers who are going to deliver a presentation in this conference. It is a great step that they are coming together with their contributions. They are all after achieving the goal of a fairer world where people can lead a more healthy lifestyle. So we would like to raise awareness on health literacy, and in this regard we have to make sure that nutrition and healthcare services are provided jointly and in a coordinated manner. That's why we would like to raise our voices in this regard with new perspectives and thoughts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hünkar hocamıza teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hünkar. Have you ever thought about this? Why is it so difficult to reach correct information? Recently, why is it so difficult? So Ali Atıf, one of the communication experts, will make a presentation about this. Why do people tend to believe misinformation more? Microphone, please. We cannot hear the gentleman without the microphone. Could you please tell the gentleman to come closer to the microphone? We cannot hear the gentleman.
Değerli hocam şöyle headset mi? Tabii hocam onu da hemen.
So I was waiting for a headset. Sorry. The light is just coming into my eyes. Could you give me the pointer, please? So this is how I like to talk. You are doing a great job. I wouldn't come here on a Saturday, you know. But there are students here. When I was 18, I was in the high school in Ankara. And I'm still going to conferences until this age. It's really very informative. And I was at a 2-day conference in Istanbul a while ago. Sometimes you may be bored. Sometimes you may be listening to things that you're interested in or not. But on that day, you can just catch a few very important things which really takes you further. How are you going to improve yourself? By reading a book? Not by watching. You will see it in my presentation. Okay. Okay, no problem. I can speak here as well if people can't hear me well. Yes, you are doing something good. You should go to conferences. So today I will talk about why people tend to believe in misinformation. Does this work? Yeah, Murphy law functions everywhere. Yeah, now it's working. No, I cannot change the slides. Yeah, can you play this? Let's start with a nice video. You might have seen this. The previous speaker said TikTok. This is one of TikTok videos, but it's AI. You might have thought this is real. But you have to watch it very carefully. So you should know that the skin of the bear would not bend like that. So this is one of the videos that you see every day. Where do these videos take us? It's not working. Yeah. We all know that people have always believed in wrong information the same way because people were always behaving the same way. What is different today? Our brains have not changed. The media may be changing, but the way you hear, the way you touch, the way you see is the same. Don't worry, these things don't change very fast. The media may be changing very fast. You think that things are changing very fast. The information is being spread out very fast, and access to information is increasing. So the people develop certain methods. Maybe you've heard of this theory. Linguists have developed this, and communication experts use this a lot. Everybody should know this. The principle of least effort. So what do you see here? The least effort. the reason for the formation of these pathways is to need to have a shortcut for people. You don't do it consciously, it's just unconscious. You see? You see these things? You see that vague path? Because people even don't want to turn around the corners. They just walk through the hypotenuse of the triangle, and people are just crushing those meadows. I'm sure you have such naturally formed pathways. No, you don't have to go around it. You just form a shortcut. So what corresponds to this shortcut in the digital environment? You want to reach everything via the shortcut. When you read it on Google about this least effort issue, this is the model of ZIF. It emerged in 1949. We've known this characteristics of human beings since 1949. When you are defining a task, you tend to select a way to do it with the smallest energy. We act economically. This is called cognitive economy. I mean, we are involved in in a cognitive way. I mean, so even if we are not conscious of it, we are not aware of it, we do it because of our nature. But this is preventing analysis and verification. And this is called cognitive stinginess. So this has increased access to information for human beings. I'm sure some of you are not listening to us and they are trying not to miss anything on Instagram. Now students can be both in the classroom and somewhere else. In our time, you couldn't read newspapers in a classroom because people could see it. The teacher could see it. How can you hide the newspaper? But now there is a screen, TV, telephones. It is difficult to keep you here because you exist and you do not exist at the same time. So the biggest discipline today would be the ability of existing when you are existing. There is something that shocked me. I lost my sister to cancer a while ago, and her daughter gave birth. I went to see her last week. It was a late birth. And she was trying to convince, the doctor is trying to convince her, and she's not giving breast milk. The baby needs to be fed by breast milk because that will give immunity to the child. She read it somewhere. She's not giving breast milk. She said, if I breastfeed, the genetic diseases of my mother would be transmitted to my baby. So I wasn't breastfed by my mother, so I was never ill. Have you heard of such a thing before? Vaccination starts like this. If this trend starts, not breastfeeding. She says, I have evidence, I read it in some journal of something, pediatric something. I said, I have never heard of it. How are we going to fight this belief? Let's put this aside for now. The cost of reaching correct information and reviewing is very high because you lose time. Then what do? We tend to believe wrong information and misinformation very easily because you don't need to make any effort. Misinformation is there. You just see it in the link or in the Google, but you don't want to spend any effort or time. You can ask AI and you may try to verify, but you don't do it. And these things may be very vital things in the qualitative researches that we carry out in all the classrooms. 99% AI is being used for verification, but they are using it for cheaper prices where there are discounts in the cosmetics. That's why people use it. Set aside such fake information. Social media now is full of fake people, fake profiles, fake content flows. You don't even question them anymore. And they are disseminating very fast. And this is feeding and supporting the reality misconception. Yes, for example, there are brand corporations. It has 3,000, 80,000 followers. There is no such person. This is a fake person. This is a fake character. But it has brand corporations. It shares Amazon links. Even if you think that this is fake, you will have to, take your fingers on the keyboard. You have to click and write on Google to verify. No, you wouldn't do it. You don't want to spend time on it. It's difficult for you. Now, I'm going to show you 16 images. Count how many of them are right. How many of them are fake? How many of them are real? Let's see how many of them will you be able to identify. Yes.
Can you spot the AI mind-blowing challenge? AI versus reality, the ultimate guessing game. Only geniuses can guess these right, real, or A. AI creations or real photos? You decide. Real versus AI, are you ready for the challenge? Which is real? AI is trickier than you think. Real or AI? 90% of people fail this test. Guess the real image. AI is too good to be true. Think you can outsmart AI? Take the test. AI is fooling everyone. Can you spot the real one? AI versus reality, the ultimate guessing game. Only geniuses can guess these right, real, or A. Which is real? AI is trickier than you think. Real or AI? 90% of people fail this test. This will blow your mind, AI or reality? Real or AI? These images will mess with your mind.
Evet. 16 doğru var mı?
Is there anybody who was able to get 16 right answers? Well, you got 11. Microphone, please. The gentleman is away from the microphone. Have you noticed after 2.5 minutes, you start to confuse reality and AI? We call it hyper-reality. I will show you another 16. I mean, be it real, be it AI, no problem. That's what you think after some time. So, Now, in a world which is outside of the reality, we are trying to verify things, and this is needed because of virtue. This is the ethical responsibility of all of us. On a Saturday, you came here and we were explaining, and you were listening to it. You know, Cruisewell, the singularity is what he talked about. Austrians are working on copying your minds. It will take 10 years. In 45 years, human beings and AI will become singular. They will be the same thing. And in 30 years, we're going to find a definite living, eternal life. So you try to think on it actively. You made efforts, but you couldn't know. Even if you make effort, this is the world we are living in. In order not to fall into the trap of misinformation, and we should not disseminate it, we should not share it, we should not send it to other people, so we should know how we think and how we take a decision. Is there anybody who haven't heard of System 1, System 2? Okay, then I'll explain it. System 1 and System 2 gave Kahneman Nobel. It's a book. But people, unfortunately, people think the least effort is consisting of this table. As Kahneman, everybody thinks that this is the least effort. But Kahneman doesn't consist of this table, because according to this scientist, you have to read the works of Kahneman. Do not only consist of this. So 95% we are unconscious, we're automatic, we are 5% reflective. You see such tables on Google. So we have the book of Kahneman. If you're going to work on social sciences, it is 600 pages. This is not what Kahneman represents, but this is what Kahneman represents on Google. So if you read Kahneman, you will learn about how System 1 deceives System 2, blindness, misconceptions, biases. But it is very difficult to read 600 pages, so there are many econometric models in it. So usually people give the Kahneman example with this table, with this graph. Most of them even did not read the book. So most of this information comes from Google University. How are we going to overcome this Google University? What is the solution? Before solution, we should see how people deceive us. Because cognitive... So do you try, for example? 80%, at 80%, you go with automatic pilot, because when you start thinking what you're doing actually, then you switch to the second system. So just pray that you did not have an accident, because that habitual system continues in your life. But once you quit the automatic pilot, you switch to the system 2. All the systems are pushing you towards automatic pilot. You cannot question what you did previously. Let's say there is a hole on the road. Suddenly you see it, then you fall into it. The same thing goes for in life, because the system is out of the normal. But the AI cannot discover that. Microphone, please. We cannot hear the speakers in the audience. Yes, there was navigation before. Now we call it AI. So people people label information which is more fluent because people reach this information with the lowest effort because it's like a small pill. But this is not thorough information. You don't want to commission system 2. So actually we know very well, we know by heart the tactics about wrong information. For example, they are readable and they are clear in terms of image. So these are strategies. They use shiny colors, they are clean fonts. So these social media posts bring you to system 1. You don't think about it. It's like the fast food. It's easy, you can consume it very easily. So what's wrong with fast food? I wish they had the same functions. In the label, instead of a complex content or ingredient list, you just write detox. If you write natural, then okay, people say, okay, this is, but what does natural mean? Oh, how can it become natural? I think the scientists can explain it. We talked about concepts a while ago. So this is the strategy of minimizing the effort of complicated information to semantic solution and deduction. So don't think and continue to buy this brand. So it's semantic analysis. Sometimes it works if that brand has an ethical responsibility. You don't die of that brand by eating bad food outside. So the brand has some ethical responsibility sometimes. So deduction of complicated problems to one simple reason. That's why the brands are just 3 letters. Omo, Alo, Şok, Donna Karan. Donna Karan New York was long. They made it short. İş Bankası was longer, now they made it İşbank. Why do we make it shorter? Why do we only write the consonants instead of vowels? We just say OK or K. We just write one letter to say hello. So we try to say a lot of things with small letters. So just eat this vegetable and get well. So this is very easy. You don't bother. You don't have to make an effort. In 3 days, you will lose 100 kilos. Doesn't it sound perfect? Yes. The biggest way of seeing misinformation is repeating. That's the effect of frequency. When you repeat something 40 times, it happens. This is the saying in Turkish. Recently, have you gone to an art gallery? You will see the same impact on artists. Let's say the artist drew 40 horses. One is not enough. In order to leave a trace, they are trying to make 40 horses. So we have to know the frequency impact very well in this. That creates illusional reality impact. When you see something a lot, you start to think, oh, this is right, this happens. The search engine optimization is because of this. Why do we pay Google? So that when you write something, you will see me first. When you see me 10 times first, then this makes you believe that I'm the right one, I'm the correct one, but people pay for it. The frequency impact should be known very well, because what we know is the mind interprets familiarity as an evidence of veracity. So the mind assumes that if it has seen something before because it's seen again, because familiarity replaces veracity and verification becomes 0 with this assumption. And here there's an aha point. This is something that we use a lot in creativity, just like Eureka. I found it. But this is something different. Okay, I have examined a lot. This is the aha point, and I found it. Actually, many professors and teachers are also doing it. I have found a lot of articles that prove it. So they believe it, but you have to be very careful about meta-analysis. If you're going to find the articles that support your hypothesis, this is a bias, but this is how the human mind works. So you think that I looked at that, I've seen a few, okay, you should not breastfeed. So you continue with aha point. Yes, algorithm means a cyclical software. We are not computers. We are people from the TV and radio time. We know the effect of radio. We did not know how it worked. The resource impact is zeroed in by the sleeping impact, because you click certain things and the things that you like goes to in the Explorer part of your Instagram, because the algorithm triggers you that way. When you see something, you forget about the source and you remember the message. Inflation will be 40%. Mehmet Şimşek said by Mehmet Şimşek will not be different from inflation will be 40% said by a singer. You are equalizing the message of a singer and the minister of finance. These are natural processes. So those algorithms push you towards interaction rather than veracity. It pushes you toward engagement. So it shows the content to more people. So the algorithm is trying to disseminate the lie. The most important thing here is to react towards fear and to learn something fast. This is not something that we can control. This is the role of amygdala. That's the dinosaur brain issue. Are you scared? There was no bomb exploding. I just scared you. This is amygdala. This is something learned. You hear a sound and you are scared. There can be a bomb or there has an explosion. So from the face of a person you can see the fear, and you don't evaluate it in details because you do it in a very short time. So you keep that fear. Okay, breast milk is something that I should not give to my baby. Maybe it says a journal of pet, but you read it something else. In digital era, what does digital laziness mean? What should we do? We have to have intentional effort, deliberate effort. We will increase our reflection and thinking pace. Is it easy? No, it is not easy. But you have to switch from the automatic pilot of System 1, and you have to show an active effort of digital literacy, and you should not make it passive. You should make an active effort, because people direct you to misinformation to get followers or just to make a joke. So misinformation becomes a general belief, and 1 million babies may die because mothers are not breastfeeding. Can you imagine if this is disseminated? If mothers stop breastfeeding, you know what will happen? In all the researches I have seen, it says that immunity will be disappearing if this happens. If there is no reproduction, if there is no health of babies in 100 years, there will be no humanity. Maybe there will be 4 or 5 people left at the age of 105. We have to find ways of protecting humanity. We have to develop our muscle of deliberate effort. For example, there is a 2-second rule. Just stop for a while. What is this? Why are they showing it to me? I will present a book to one of you. The name of the book is Verifying Information on Internet. So you should pay attention to read such things, and you should pay attention to verifying these things. Suspicion is not enough. If the content gives you fear or shock, understand that there is a manipulation signal here. Or there should be something here. Just operate the other side of your mind and question this thing. What is the source of this information? Which is the institution? So these are the mental cues. Are they trying to sell something? What is their motive? And so think about this for a few seconds and then continue. Let's say you are very sad about this video. Why would people make you so sad? Maybe because of the music. And check that, and who is paying the royalty rights, copyrights. So make a search of reverse image, so you can check where this image is used, where and when, and it can also show you if this is AI or not. Just like vaccination, as teachers, professors, we have to make vaccination. If this is going to happen, starting from now, we have to disseminate information about breastfeeding and vaccination. What is the function of vaccination? It protects you from bad viruses, and we give it in advance. So by giving information in advance, we have to protect humanity. This is our role. That's why UFIC and all the agencies have this role. Doesn't matter Saturday or Sunday. This is not boring. That's why I'm here. Even if one of you learned this, it will be useful, and I feel useful. So we call this pre-bunking. And debunking is correcting after the information is disseminated, which is very difficult. So we have to act in a proactive manner, in a preemptive manner. The state institutions and agencies should make brainstorming, and they should disseminate the correct information in advance. They should think every day, so every year, at the beginning of each year, what should we disseminate? This is one of the important issues. So, this is my personal belief. Euthanasia is forbidden in many countries. Suicide is free. So people want euthanasia. They say, kill me. Why is it illegal? Because the state doesn't allow for it. Why doesn't the state allow for taking drugs? Yes, there are many such things. Then why do states let people die? Because there are certain things, certain subconscious characteristics which kill people. These are the things that we cannot control. So, states should ban collection, utilization, and algorithm creation out of our information. Okay, they can watch everything, but they cannot show something else because they watch that. That's the key. People make a lot of money out of it because of frequency impact. So, all the people should pressurize the state. Don't collect my information. They collect all the information and then they use it. And via frequency impact, they are creating these echo chambers. That nudge method came out of this. If people don't fulfill the behavior, you put an obstacle in front of it. The theory of Kahneman is implemented by Teller and an American famous professor. That's the nudge theory. If people are moving very fast, to protect them, put an obstacle, put a bunker. They are moving very fast. If they cannot turn off the electricity themselves, make it automatic.
Kültürü öldürüyorsak
So if we cannot do this, and if we actually cause disappearance of the culture, then do it. I'm specialized in rating. I am one of the professors who have been working for about 20 years with rating companies. So TV is actually making the culture in some segments of the society to a low level. And these algorithms are also causing the whole society to be exposed to lower culture. So I'm not pessimistic. I am not in favor of banning things. I am advocating the idea of making people free to make their own choices. So tell them and they will forget, show them and they will remember, and involve them and they will understand. This is Confucius, and I am saying that expose them to the same things repeatedly and they will become stupid. This is my own saying. Thank you very much. By the way, my elder sister is still alive. Her daughter is 44 and she also has a 14-year-old son. So I just made up the story. So do not please disseminate this story. I made it up. It is just that much easy. And this breastfeeding story was also a story that I made up. So someone comes and tells you something and you believe it right away. I am not a I don't have a medical background. Why do you believe me? Why did you believe me in the first instance? Maybe you will believe me, and when you have your own child, you will not breastfeed your baby. So making up stories is easy. But before you believe them, think about them and never give up learning new things. Thank you very much. We would like to also thank Ali Atıf Bir. Now the next speaker is from Hacettepe University Medical Science Faculty and Sabri Ülker Foundation member Zehra Büyüktuncer Demirel. She is going to talk to us about the health literacy and the details of it and the nutrition literacy. Distinguished participants, I would like to also welcome you to the 5th International Nutrition, Health, Literacy and Education Conference. I would like to thank Sabri Ülker Foundation and Ülker Hanım for their invitation. After Atıf Bey's presentation, it will be hard for me to get your concentration. This was quite an impressive presentation, and we are very much victimized by these stories which are made up. So we are working tirelessly to follow a scientific-based approach. We are trying to make sure that nutrition-related information, which is based on scientific results, is made accessible to people. But unfortunately, there are bad examples in our own field. So I'm going to talk to you about the nutrition literacy, which is a subset of health literacy. I don't have any conflict of interest. I'm going to talk to you about some numbers to explain you why we started to talk about nutrition literacy. There was no such concept when I was a student. Health was the field of doctors, and people were prescribed some medicines, and they were recommended to follow some diets. There were no such big efforts to make people health literate or nutrition literate. But we have started to talk about media literacy, science literacy, health literacy or food literacy very much for the last 15 years. Why do we need to talk about it? And I'm then going to talk to you about some definitions. So there is this nutrition literacy, food literacy, health literacy, diet literacy. What are these concepts actually meaning? Which one of them is real? And then I will talk to you about how we can make this literacy active, which strategy should we follow this, and which strategy will give us the impact that we are after. Actually, the biggest impact that we are seeing in the world, that the people are aging quite fast. According to the latest data, the population over 60 is now more than the population under 5. It was the opposite when I was the student. Now we are talking about how to protect life quality. We want people to get older in a healthy manner. Yes, the lifetime is getting longer, but we need to also come up with some ways to encourage people to age well. So this is an important issue for health literacy. People are getting older, and in 2050, this old population will double. It is 15.5% of the Turkish population, which is over 60 years of age. But in 2050, this is going to be almost 30% of the population. Because with this aging population, the prevalence of the diseases is also going to increase. Non-communicable diseases, obesity, cardiovascular diseases will be more commonly seen. Now we are also talking about some chronic diseases affecting children, and adolescent people started to have type 2 diabetes and cholesterol. So in such a setting where the diseases are really prevalent, we should do something which should not be limited to prescribing people medications. Because we talked about non-communicable diseases, cancer and cardiovascular diseases, they are increasing and becoming more popular, but we can stop some of these diseases. For instance, diabetes. Yesterday was the World Day of Diabetes. We can stop diabetes and cardiovascular diseases by sleeping well, by eating well, and by exercising. So we can stop such of these diseases. And in 2017, this is the most recent large study, more than 10,000 actually deaths are related to dietary risks. The biggest risk is salt consumption, salt intake. And the second risk is less use of grains. People are recommending you to eat less bread, but if you eat whole grain very little, how can I get this? I need to eat whole grain, and I need bread for this, or I need another processed form of this whole grain. And this is the nutrition transition. Yes, we used to be the hunter-gatherers. Now we are a settled society. We started agriculture. We started animal husbandry. Then industrialization began, which actually speeded up the consumption of fats and fast foods. And now the patterns, there are new patterns that I see. These patterns were not available when I was a student. Now people are not watching TV and eating their hamburger. Now there is a desired social and behavioral change. There is this pattern 5, which is our goal. How can we achieve this goal? By health literacy. By the way, malnutrition is still a fact. Yes, obesity is a big problem, but there are still people suffering from malnutrition or stuntness. Yes, there are obese people, but under obese there are actually some malnutrition factors. For instance, people are obese, but they don't have enough iron. They have this iron-caused anemia. So how can I provide these people with iron? And there is this last factor. The current picture is already bad, but the climate change is making this picture even worse. With the climate change, access to healthy food is becoming more difficult. That's why I need to consider all these factors. So we can say that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I need to focus my attention on preventive medicine. I can talk about vaccination, immunization, screening, access to healthy food and healthy water. All of them can be considered as efforts for prevention. So when I am trying to do such practices, such preventive health practices, I need to consider sustainable development goals as well. 3 of these goals are related to good health and well-being. And in 2016, WHO identified 3 pillars for health promotion. One of them is health literacy. So in this ever-changing world, for the aging population to get sick less frequently and to prevent the diseases and to prevent the climate change and food security from affecting the lives of people, I need to be health literate. I need to be health literate. I need to be nutrition literate as well. That's why WHO and CDC have been focusing on health literacy for a long time. They say that no matter what your race is, for instance, Indians have a better, tendency to get diabetes. They have a more tendency to get diabetes. Or in Turkish society, people are more inclined to be obese. So, but the biggest risk is, as a society, is for you not to be health literate. So these genetic factors are causing some risks, but you can get rid of those risks if you increase your health literacy. So your race, your ethical source or whatever risks, the biggest risk is always not to be health literate. So because this is one of the most important determinants of health. Again, in 2021, WHO produced a glossary for health promotion, and they made a definition of health literacy here in this glossary. They say that access to information and services which can support good health and well-being, and all the organizations and the resources that are being made available to people for this purpose may be used to define health literacy. First of all, we need to have access to information, understand it, appraise it, and apply it. That's why we need to have some knowledge, competence, and motivation to be able to do that. But our motivation is very low because I need to have access, understand, appraise, and apply. This is a long process. In such a long process, you lose your motivation. This is maybe challenging, but if you overcome this challenge, you may be health literate. So, of course, social and environmental determining factors are also coming into play. There are individual factors that are coming into play. If I am living single, or if I am living in a family of 10 people, if I am having my dinner alone or with other people, all these factors will have an impact on my development of good health behaviors, and then I will be able to achieve good results for my health and for sustainability. So the health literacy has these dimensions: basic health information and understanding, efficient use of healthcare services, or engagement in therapeutical processes. But I would like to mention that you can modify your lifestyle if you have this health literacy level well established. So if you have this awareness, then you eat well, you sleep well, you take at least 10,000 steps a day, and you eat vegetables, you eat fruits, you drink enough water, you eat less salt. And if you are health literate and you start to modify your life in this manner, so we need to, in this regard, develop food literacy and nutrition literacy. There are a lot of definitions of them, but none of them work really well. The first book which talks about food literacy is this one. This is the ABC of the new food literacy. It was published in the US. It is the first book that talks about the food literacy. And then there was this article which is entitled as Food Label Nutrition Literacy. When we say food literacy, the first thing that comes to our mind is food labels. They are important tools, but they are only a tool. And this is the article talking about food labels. After 1974, there are other articles published for food labels. In 1992, since 1992, there has been a growing number of such articles. Talking about food literacy and nutrition literacy. We see that literacy-related works are not that much popular. And when we actually make an assessment of all these articles, there is an heterogeneity that we cannot reach a common conclusion when we read all these articles. We haven't been able to reach a common definition of food literacy yet. There is no universal definition of food literacy, but there is a universal acknowledged definition of probiotics, for instance. In this article, it is also talking about nutrition literacy. There are 14 definitions of nutrition literacy and 12 for food literacy, but there is no consensus about a single definition for them. They say that nutrition literacy can be a subset of food literacy, but all these definitions focus on information, skill, and behavior. So we need to the behaviors and skills required to plan, manage, select, prepare, and eat foods. They are the parts of these definitions. How they are related to health literacy? First of all, there is this literacy concept, which is the outer circle, and then there are health literacy circle. But some people think that health literacy and food literacy are synonym, but there are some people who use them as two different concepts. Here, knowledge, understanding are belonging to the cognitive part, and there is also this functional skills, interactive skills, and critical skills. Functional skills, it means that you have access to information and you understand it. When you reach the interactive skills level, you understand the information and you actually ask some questions to your doctor. And the critical skills means that you have a critical perspective. This is what we need. But most of the people stay at the lowest level, functional level. There are not many articles or studies which are actually making an assessment of the critical skills that people have. And in some approaches, food literacy and nutrition literacy are considered as two different approaches and concepts. Some people say that nutrition literacy is about making decisions about what to eat for lunch, etc. But if you want to further develop it and make a connection with agriculture, nutrition, or sustainability, or media literacy, and if you want to include also the sustainable food systems, the holistic concept is actually food literacy concept. So people think that food literacy is a subset of health literacy, and nutrition literacy is a subset of food literacy. So there are really a lot of definitions for this. But the definition that was made in 2014 is the one that is most referred to, which is plan and manage, select, prepare, and then eat. Most of us think that reading the food labels would be enough. But first of all, you should plan. What should I plan? I should plan what am I going to eat during that week. What am I going to eat for lunch or for dinner? We don't do such planning most of the time. And where should I buy the food from? Should I buy it from the groceries, from the supermarkets, or from the marketplaces? Which place is offering me the food with the least amount of pesticides or some salmonella? I should be managing this, and this requires time and money. And the second step is selecting. I should select the food which is good quality, and I should also consider the cost effectiveness of this food purchase. And then I should be preparing the food. For instance, we were told about not to waste food. This is very important. Food economy is very important, and this is something that is very much overlooked in food literacy discussions. And food preparation, most of us lack the skills. When we marry, we understand that we lack those skills. There are adults who do not have these skills to prepare food. Do you enjoy preparing your food? Because food is not just only about biological needs. Mediterranean diet is the most popular one. Why? Because people come together around the table, and Mediterranean diet is not only valuable because it recommends you to eat fish or greens. Mediterranean diet is also important because you own the recipes coming from your grandmothers, and it recommends you to eat together with people. So food literacy is an area that is multidimensional. If we do this, we can make better food choices, and we will be contributing to sustainability, ethical practices, and environment. I'm not going to repeat this. If we have these 4 skills, if I have the access, if I have the food literacy and agri-food literacy, there are a lot of supporting factors and barriers facing each individual separately. So I should ask at this point, if I increase food literacy, can I improve nutrition? I should be able to improve nutrition if I enhance food literacy among people. Yes, information level is increased, food literacy is increased, and there are some indicators showing us that the vegetable intake and fruit intake is on increase, but not all of the studies are showing us the same results. If there are also some studies saying that with good food literacy interventions, you cannot always achieve good results in terms of the good health of people, because there is no protocol about how I plan such interventions. That's the point where I failed. That's why I should actually make my assessment on the basis of this PICOT approach. This article says do not eat gluten. And I checked that, when I checked that article, I see that it is about patients who are having gastrointestinal diseases. Of course, they should not eat gluten. I cannot make a generalization on the basis of such an article. So I should make a good identification of my target audience when I start to make food literacy related interventions. What is going to be my intervention? Am I giving iPads to elderly people and trying to enhance their food literacy? Or am I giving newspaper to 11-year-old kids to enhance their food literacy? What is going to be my interventions? I should choose the most effective one. And what is going to be my output? Am I trying to improve their skills, or am I trying to improve household economy, or am I trying to encourage people to make better and healthier choices? And the most influential group is children. Adolescents are difficult to see the results, but all age groups should be targeted in food literacy interventions. Socioeconomically deprived groups need such interventions more than the other groups of the society. Every group of the society, every individual should be subject to food literacy related interventions. But which skills should I improve for children between 0 and 2 years of age, or between children between 11 and 18 years of age? So my functional literacy skills, or am I targeting for enhancing functional skills or critical skills? So our interventions should be based on and focusing on improving skills, information and behaviors. So we see that, for instance, children, when they go to open buffets, they drink Coke and they just choose the sweet things. So there is no behavior. The information is increased, but the behaviors do not change consequently. This is very important to understand the impact of the intervention. And these interventions should also involve use of technology. It should also involve some emotional and social components in addition to cognitive ones. And a big problem facing Turkey is this multidisciplinary cooperation among different experts. So some people think that this is my own field. Education specialists think that this is my job. So we need to create a synergy among these different groups of professions. I may develop really good nutrition models, but I don't know how to teach these models to children. I should be deciding on the messages to be given to children, but I need to get the support of the education team to convey these messages to children. Face-to-face interaction, peer effect, they are also important factors to be included. And I also need to consider my control group, what is changing in those groups who are not subjected to such interventions. And what is my goal? Am I after increasing their information, or am I after enhancing their skills? In some countries, starting with the primary school age children, some courses are actually taught in kitchen. But in Turkey, even the 18-year-old children do not know how to boil an egg. So such interventions and for them to take place in a kitchen setting is very important. And these interventions should actually be transforming into lifestyles. And we should make sure that people should not feel obliged to follow such lifestyles. They should find these lifestyles enjoyable. So community health practices, plans and programs, school setting, the school environment, or smart tools, digital tools, how much time an individual is spending for the socioeconomic status of the individual, the role models of the individuals, communication networks, all of them are the factors affecting food literacy. Some of them may be having a facilitating impact or a barrier. When it comes to nutrition literacy, people's needs, individual needs, because we may not all have the same need for iron in our body. We should understand these differences among the individuals. So if we can plan accordingly, then we can improve the nutrition quality. And of course, we need to, save money. We should make sure that we don't waste food. This should be also an important goal that we should have, which is sustainability. And that we should not have a different relation with the food when we are on the diet, and a different one when we are not on the diet. So an important component of food and health literacy is food and nutrition literacy. They are different concepts, but sometimes they are used in the place of one another. So we need to have effective interventions which can change the level of information, skills and behaviors altogether. We need to plan these interventions specific to the needs of people, individuals, and these individuals should not be one time only in the interventions. They should be transforming into lifestyles. And as researchers, we need validated tools for assessment and evaluation. There are a lot of theses about food literacy because it is very simple to conduct a couple of surveys to people and publish a research. But what is the evidence basis of that paper? It is not that much solid, and we need randomized, controlled, good studies to be conducted. Thank you very much.
Zehra Hocama teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi kısa bir kahve molası vereceğiz.
We'd like to thank Mrs. Zehra. We're going to take a short break now. We're going to have a coffee break. We're going to continue where we left off. Thank you.
ilgili alanında uzman.
Welcome again. We will continue with the new presentations. Now we will talk about misconceptions and elimination of misconceptions. From MONE Health Services Coordinator Gülcan Kılıç is invited to the floor. Hello everybody. I'm very happy to be with you as MONE. Distinguished academics, the head of the foundation, distinguished participants, my name is Gülcan Kılıç from MONE Health Services Coordinator. The policies of our ministry, the ministry's approaches are being carried out in our department. And the nutrition is one of the topics. So what are we doing? What kind of activities and programs do we have? And we have implementing teachers. What are they carrying out? And what kind of a TOT are we planning for teachers? I will also touch on them. I'm also a mobile speaker, just like Professor Ali, so I wanted to use a headset because I want to show certain definitions on the slide, so I don't want to be restricted by the microphone, fixed microphone. Yes, we have a program. Dietitians and dietetics and educators are in a new situation. We call them our ministry's dietitians, and I will inform you on this new approach. Nutrition education programs established by our ministry are aiming at teaching students about health and nutrition and ensure that they get correct information and to guide them in becoming a conscious consumer in the selection of food. This is the topic of the conference. So we had a very good introduction. So we had a very good introduction. Now we will continue with the implementation. MONE, we are the implementers. We are in direct contact with the students. So how should nutrition be implemented for students? All of the visuals that I have used here are the real photographs from the field by our colleagues. Education is defined, and I want to emphasize it once again. Education is the process of ensuring that individuals acquire desired and permanent behaviors through experiences. Yeah, we provide information, the student gets the information, but in the implementation dimension, in realization, in converting it into behaviors, what should we do? Should we just give the students a maximum amount of information, or should we show them by experiencing? And in this era, which is changing very fast, reading, thinking, and dreaming, the things about it are changing very fast, and we are in a very narrow area about these things actually. As MONE, our basic objective, just like in all the areas, we want to focus on health and nutrition, physical activity. We focus on this, and we want to have a behavioral change in this area. Nutrition education, of course, you know it very well, but I'm just going to repeat it once again. So nutrition education aims at developing sufficient and balanced food consumption behaviors by the society, elimination of wrong and negative nutritional implementations, and aims at preventing food becoming distorting health, and to improve and correct the nutritional habits by educating individuals. So there are nutritions at school age, there are programs at schools. What do we have in the curriculum of Monet? Will there be a change in the curriculum? We must have nutrition topics in the education, in the curricula of school age, and people tell us that we should work on it. Regarding curricula, Monet, from preschool until secondary school, in the schools and in the topics, we have nutrition included. In life sciences and physical education, we have it in each class, and we are expanding it after preschool, and we repeat it. Yes, they will repeat, because if they repeat it a lot, they can change behaviors. Let's say, for example, we cannot say that we taught this class in one term in this grade. No, we don't do that. When you screen all the curriculum starting from preschool, you can easily do it from MEP.gov.tr. If you write müfredat, the Turkish word for curriculum, you will see the topics. But what are the implementation principles? How will the teachers implement them? That is the problem. And how can the teachers be influential? The teachers must be very competent and knowledgeable about it, so that they will not be providing misinformation when they're explaining it, so that the students can increase their efficiency. First of all, we have to have a parent-based education, because this education starts in the family, and this will be reinforced at school, and this is the basis for protection of health. We always talk about certain pillars. We have certain pillars, and one of these pillars is parents. Without the parents, we cannot do it. No matter what the teacher does at school, he or she cannot accomplish. You can explain 90%, and the child can listen to it only 2%, and when the child goes back to his house, the parent will say, "No, the teacher is wrong, you do what we say." But the child will say, "But mom, but dad," but the change will not happen. So as Monet, we attach great importance to parent-based education in line with the GD of lifelong learning. We always have a parent pillar. How are we going to educate the parents? There are some difficulties in educating parents. You cannot bring them home. The parents don't come to school even to see the situation, the academic situation of his or her child. So it is very difficult to bring them for nutrition topics. So our colleagues in the field are developing strategies. They organize events, they establish certain programs. They even have sometimes family visits in the households, and they do screening. So we try to reach them. And in the General Directorate of Lifelong Learning, there are many modules, because if we cannot attract the parents to school, so we try to do it through lifelong learning activities. We know that you are very involved in this work. We are lazy. Parents are even lazy to prepare a healthy meal for breakfast and thinking about a good lunch. I'm not, of course, talking about the economic problems. And in the big cities, there are traffic problems. They say we are very busy. I cannot do that. I cannot provide a healthy meal. I also worked as a teacher in a village. When I was a teacher in the village school, they were involved in fattening of cows. They were involved in work of fattening cows, but the child is bringing packaged milk. the parent says, no, my child doesn't drink it. They are involved in dairy production, but the child doesn't drink that healthy food. So, in the classroom, we try to be a role model for them. So we try to see how much water they are drinking at lunchtime. If you don't be a role model to them, regardless of how much you tell them, they won't be doing it. Another factor is the age group, because there are different developmental periods. And there are certain games or gamish activities for each group. So, yes, learning by doing, learning by experiencing, being involved in that work. Still, we have to focus on TOT, training of trainers. We have to teach our teachers certain games. There can be some teachers who don't know games. I'm not talking about traditional child games. Yeah, we use them as well. There are many games. We are evolving those games and we are using them in education, and this way you can attract the children in this. You can prepare a small contest or role playing. I don't like role playing, but I'm also a game pedagogue. But it is really very helpful, because it was seen that this is needed. I'm an old school teacher. It's been 30 years. There is always a comparison between our generation and the new generation of teachers. The new generation teachers also have that laziness, for example, in reading, researching, verifying, implementing. So if you come to our schools as educators, just keep this in mind. You can think of it like, okay, we can do this as well. For a healthy future, the selection of food by students. Nutrition programs and curricula have an important role to play in teaching students healthy nutrition behaviors, not only at the level of information. They are involved in this program, so we have programs and planned trainings and education sessions. We don't use the word project, we use the word program, because project starts and ends. There's a duration, but programs are more sustainable. And it is in line with this principle, so we want to do it at the program level and curriculum level. There are some programs which were carried out by Ministry of Health. There are some completed programs, and there are active programs. I should also know the completed programs. What are the differences and what did they do previously? So we have this program called I Have a Health and Nutrition at My School. This is being implemented. Before that, there were nutrition-friendly schools that was carried out with MOH. We completed that program 3 years ago. We wanted to have a more effective program in which we have all the stakeholders, because we want to have more outputs and we wanted to be able to observe the output. So we had to take another path, because we've seen that those programs were stuck at some point, and there was some hesitation as to whether they are working or not. When we were trying out that, when we were establishing that program, Ministry of Agriculture, MOH, and all the stakeholders, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Trade, Radio Television Supervision Board, we held workshops with all the stakeholders. We collected all their data and we talked about the feasibility of this program, and regarding all these concepts, we applied to the authorities, because there are some authorities in this area, there are academicians. We ask the professors and we take steps accordingly. This program is being carried out in 5,000 pilot schools under the auspices of the First Lady Emine Erdogan. When we first started, there were 1,300, then we went up to 3,000, now 5,000. We will increase it to 10,000 next year, so it will be like 20,000. We are piloting it because it has to be a school in which we can implement this program. From preschool to secondary school. All types of schools from preschool to secondary education. Not only basic education or vocational schools, also special education schools where we have children with special needs. So in all the steps, physical, cognitive and social development is our objective. What are the objectives of this program? There are many, and we needed to identify objectives which could be turned into experience and behavior. First, awareness raising. Yes, we do it already. Food security, food safety, raising awareness on the quality of the food. And we want to raise awareness among the students and parents and teachers in order to establish a healthy nutritional culture. And we also want to convert it into a culture, into a real experience. And we want to increase the food literacy of the students and parents. And we also want to raise awareness on local nutrition, sustainable nutrition, and food waste. Yes, there are differences, there are diversities. As a teacher, you have lived in a big city. When you go to the east, you see that they are using different foods. You should know that. Then you cannot give the child ideas as to how they can prepare their lunchbox. Because if you tell them that you should have this, the child will tell you, we don't have that. I don't even know the taste of it. There was an interesting anecdote. In Antalya, our dietitian has told us the dietitians are making menu programs. They did not eat vegetables. She said, I said, this is a region of vegetables. Why don't they eat vegetables in this province where they cultivate a lot of vegetables? In the menu, tomato paste was used because there they were using fresh tomato. They don't use tomato paste. That's why the children did not eat that dish. So they have taken out the tomato, the canned tomato paste. Now they are eating a lot. The dietitian, for example, noticed this. There are many similar stories. So we have to support them in terms of traditional tastes. There are some, mother soups. There are some grandmother soups. There are some traditional food that we want to revitalize because we don't want them to use fast food all the time. I also was involved in provincial audits in Bingöl, a southeastern province. I said, oh, they are eating very good meat. They eat honey. They said, you are right, said the teacher, including my husband. People just order food from internet, from certain companies. The child doesn't eat this. They don't like it. But actually it's because of the parents, because they are not seeing that role model. Let me give you an example from my own family. I gave birth at the same time with my sister. Since 1.5 years old, my son has been eating all kinds of green vegetables. parsley, lettuce, and even he was eating radish, turnip, because that's the playtime preparing. My sister says Daphne is not eating. We tried that, we tried this. But I know my sisters. I said, because you're not eating them. When you are preparing for yourself. For example, you say that I don't prefer this vegetable because there is a smell of soil. And after many years, the parents started to eat leek, whatever, okra, all kinds of vegetables. Then the child started to eat the same vegetables. So, the role of parents is huge. Especially when the child is 5 or 6 years old. It is very difficult to change it after many years. So we have to do it at an early age. Let's say there is a play, theater play. The director cannot correct one theater play. They would do it from scratch. It's just like that. We have best practices. And physical activity is also very important because we are working on health and nutrition and physical activity at the same time. How are we going to use our energy? Combating obesity is very important, so we encourage the students to be involved in physical activity. They should get sufficient and balanced nutrition. So in the cafeterias, in the canteens, those spaces should also be developed and improved. In terms of food security and quality, we should also ensure compliance with international standards and conditions. People always ask me about this. What are the international conditions? What is this? You will see it in the next slide. Actually, this is about a national certification. We are going to have nutrition certification. The launching will be done in a few weeks. We have worked with Turkstat. This is a national certification. There are international ISO standards. So all of them will be collected and they will be implemented in Turkey. This is about health and nutrition so that it can serve our program. So a system will be established in the schools. There will be a certification system. So these are the activities we are trying to raise awareness on obesity, regardless of this program. Within the framework of school health, we always focus on this. We have activities to decrease salt consumption. If there are available gardens in the schools, we have greenhouse practices. So they cultivate fruits and vegetables, they water them, they plant them, and then they consume them. Of course, if there is a space in some schools, we don't have it. The practitioners tell us that we are doing it. We are doing this as well. I say, how can you do it? There is no garden, there is no soil. The teachers say, no, we brought some pots for plants. We put soils, and then in those pots we are cultivating vegetables, they say. So they are creating new solutions. They are producing. They have huge problem-solving ideas in a very disadvantaged area. A school can carry out this project much better than a school in an advantaged area. This is, of course, this all comes down to the practitioner. We have compost fertilizer, compost manure production, because they have some fruits and vegetables and biodegradable products, and we make compost out of them. Sometimes we have theaters, some plays and trainings to ensure that students, parents, and teachers have this health and nutrition culture. So we have like sisterhood table, sisterhood, meals. We have such, activities gathering people. We also try to raise awareness on food literacy. We also have this in TOT, and we, of course, try to establish this system. We also established a platform. There's a digital platform of this program. It is a very comprehensive education program. It was open to access 3 years ago. The address is sağlıklıbesleniyorum.meb.go.tr. There is a card system. We call it card system. When you enter this program, this platform, and you click those upper points, so there are very clear and brief information for students, teachers, and parents. And there are also documentations below it, and there are videos about the relevant topics. We held workshops, and we embedded those workshops into this program by taking permission from all the stakeholders. And the Sabri Ülker Foundation also shared their videos with us, which were about balance at meals. So there are many videos and graphs, and the students love the characters in those graphs and videos. There's also a map. There's a Turkey map. When you click on a province, you can see the products which are approved in that region. We have it for each age group. There's also an English version of this website. This website is also very effective at the international dimension.
Öğretmenlerimize ne yapacaktık?
In the training section for teachers, we have this teachers network, and there is food literacy seminar for them. It has 6 modules. Healthy nutrition, food groups, food literacy and food labels, food security, preparing healthy food and cooking methods, and healthy nutrition at schools, and nutrition for special needs. The most viewed seminar is this one. We also have teachers here, but when it comes to inspection of food businesses, as you know, we are going to such inspections together with 3 ministries, and we are providing them 2-day training sessions. In those training sessions, these topics are explained to them. They are explained how to guide, how to conduct the inspection. But our teachers are not knowledgeable about dietitians. They are only in charge of transferring the knowledge that they learn in these training sessions. So teachers say that they find these modules quite useful, and they have understood really good information in that training session. And in addition, there are also some expiry dates and recommended expiry dates, and they understand the difference between this in that training session. So some people, they learn quite new things for them, and a lot of new things for them when they follow this training session, training module. In this training session, when we go to those sessions, we have the chance to provide some training sessions on nutrition and physical exercise. These training sessions are offered by the dietitians recruited by Ministry of Education. If they are not sufficient in number in terms of providing all these training sessions, we get external support. And the training topics have been identified by the academicians. The presentations are common. I mean, there is standardized slides or presentations that we deliver in all training sessions. But depending on local conditions or depending on some specific conditions, there are sometimes some slides added to the presentations or removed to the presentations. We are talking about how important it is to talk a common language, to talk with common definitions, because some people call it food safety, some call it food security, some call it food literacy, etc. And some have started to call it nutrition literacy. So when we are talking about these topics, we need to speak the same language. Otherwise, people may challenge us. That's why we identified such a gap. And these training topics are becoming more and more popular. That's why we cooperated with FAO. And we actually decided to formulate a common, a unified language or definitions. So together with Ministry of Agriculture and FAO, we are trying to work on these common definitions. And the dietitians hired by the Ministry of Education. This is a first-time practice. In 2023, the official Gazette of Turkey announced that Ministry of Education is going to recruit some dietitians. So when we came up with our program and our strategy and actions, people questioned if we have dietitians. Back at that time, we didn't have dietitians. And then we asked for some positions to be opened for us to recruit these dietitians, and 125 positions were opened up for the Ministry of Education to recruit dietitians. And out of these 125 open positions, we hired 160 dietitians. There are some dietitians who are now working for us in different provinces or districts. The relevant associations are sometimes criticizing us that the dietitians should not be working in the offices of ministries.
They can make their menu planning, they can have food audits, and as the cadres increase, as the number of staff increases, maybe one day we're going to say that in all the areas where food is produced, dietitians are working. I'm not sure if I'm going to see it in my life. It can happen in the long term, but our objective is to provide dietitians with 60,000 institutions and with 1,200,000 staff to 2 million children. That's what we're trying to do. There is no concept of money dietitian. Our colleagues preferred it, but they said, what am I going to do there? There is no clinic there. How am I going to go there? As they don't know it. And as the cadres of staff were open at the same time with the MOH, they usually preferred MOH. But there is 19 places for the staff.
So we need to fill these 19 vacant positions, and now we started another recruitment process. Some of our dietitians started to work for MOH, Ministry of Health, so we still have this vacant position, vacant cadre, and we think that with the new recruitment process, we will be able to fill these new open positions. So this money dietitians concept just actually became a part of our life recently, and Marmara University has organized a workshop about how including a course into their curricula about how to work for the procedures and principles for working with Ministry of National Education. Because if you work for Ministry of Education as a dietitian, you need to know how to work with children, school-age children. You need to have some skills to transfer the knowledge that you have as a dietitian to the students, and you need to be trained on those skills, how to convey the knowledge that you have to students. So I was really happy to learn about this workshop that Marmara University organized. And we wanted to have a circular, publish a circular about the principles of and procedures of recruiting dietitians for Ministry of Education. So in order to produce that circular, we organized a workshop. And currently they are reporting to us, they are working for us, these dietitians, I mean, and they are working for the relevant department of Health and Nutrition Department of the Ministry of Education. They are going to schools for inspection. They are going to boarding schools for inspection, or they are going to the canteens of the schools, and they are also in charge of planning menus. And people are sometimes telling that how can they plan a menu for large districts or large cities. We would like to do this as much as possible. Because the dietitians, when they go to schools and check the menus, they are actually eliminated a lot of problems. They produce some example menus for the schools, and there is also this issue of money paid per student and how to regulate those monetary issues. Our dietitians taught schools about this, and for instance they included some specific dish to the menus, like pepper stuffed with rice, and they recommended the cooks of the schools to include such dish, or Kemal Pasha dessert. It was a very common dessert, that was offered in school menus, but because it was easy to cook, but our dietitians recommended to remove it from the school menus, because they are really eliminating problems and they are really keeping it very strict to the things. I would like to thank you, and I want to thank you for your. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Yes, please. That was a very good presentation. Thank you very much. I'm curious about something. You said that you have diet interventions for students, but the teachers and the educators are increasing their capacity. Is there an additional thing for dietitians in terms of sustainability? Yes, clinically they cannot do it. The dietitians are providing trainings. They also provide trainings for teachers, and we think of it like training of trainers. Sometimes dietitians are sufficient in number. If we have more number of dietitians than the educations of teachers will be provided in the area, are being provided in the form of seminars. And let's say the person is a good food engineer, but she became a teacher, or it can be a teacher of science or life sciences. They might have undergone a similar training, but they are working as teachers. We also benefit from them. They say that there is a food engineer. Why do we need a dietitian? They cannot understand, they cannot distinguish that. First of all, there has to be a dietitian there. The dietitians are also guiding the teachers. They have a very difficult job and they have a lot to shoulder.
Öncelikle merhaba.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for being active in such a invaluable conference. You made us feel valued. Thank you very much. But I have a couple of questions. I am a science teacher, and I am now following my PhD studies for curriculum development. Your presentation included very invaluable information about education, but I don't see a program. The goals are not actually goals that you mentioned in your presentation. We also need to consider students with special needs. Do we set the same goals for these students with special needs? So do we set the same goals for everyone? And I also checked your website to see if there is an actual program. I don't see any program. What were the steps that you followed? How, to what extent did you include the courses into this program? And my presentation, my thesis is also about food literacy. That's why I have a different perspective. When I check, I see an assessment form of the program in your website. And do we actually, when I check your program, it is also only assessing whether this meeting was held or not. But if we are after changing the behavior of the students, I would prefer to see some assessment forms on measuring the change in behavior among students. We should be able to understand to what extent we are changing the behaviors of students. I really understand your concerns, but I don't know about your program development team, because we said that there are 4 basic elements of every program, and I didn't see I didn't see these 4 basic factors in your program. You need to conduct a more planned work, I think, in my opinion. When you say program, you are actually referring to curricula, but in our understanding, we are talking about activity-related program. So we should clarify this. And Minister of Education is having such programs and such learning outcomes for all different types of courses. I'm not actually, there is no actually need for clarification. There is no one single program. For instance, in POSER program types, there are more than one program. One of them is extracurricular program, and what you do is actually an extracurricular program, and that program should also have a goal or an objective, and it should be an education program no matter what the content is. And I don't see it clearly how you integrated different courses or branches into that program. How did you achieve the integration of this program to maths course or to science course, etc.? I mean, food literacy or healthy nutrition, this is related to the education programs. We can understand and go over each and every one of these programs one by one, but when it comes to the program development, it is the responsibility of different general directors of the ministry. I need to make sure that this is measurable. I need to make sure that I am able to measure the impact. This is what you are asking. Yes, we can monitor, but we don't do the evaluation yet. We do the monitoring currently because we have a monitoring form. How many students were trained, etc. There are numbers, there are body mass index measurements, the number of students who are referred to the relevant healthcare institutions for body mass index measurement. We are, who is going to follow up these students after they are referred? So this is something else. But you are saying that this is not a project, a program. That's why I mentioned program in my question. You are saying that this is a program, but we should understand what is the goal of this program and how it is going to achieve its goals. So maybe you can reorganize this program. And if you need, you can always get the support of the relevant academicians. When we say program, you are maybe talking about the programs related to your own field, but we mean a different thing when we say program. We call it a program because projects start and end, but the programs are long-lasting ones. That's why we call it program. But this is a mono program. This is not someone else's program. Maybe in this regard, you can say that food literacy will have this learning outcome when it is integrated into this course. And you should also define how it is going to be integrated into which course. But these details are already available in our program. No, they are not available in your program. We are talking about a different thing. If there is no program, if it is going to be made in the future, then I think that it should be connected to a goal and a learning outcome. To call it a program, we need to connect it with a learning outcome and a goal. Thank you very much we are sorry for taking your time. Thank you very much. Now we are going to listen another academician, Professor Dr. Yeşim Şenol from Akdeniz Antalya University, the Dean of the Medicine Faculty. She is going to talk to us about the interprofessional education in the field of health and nutrition literacy. Sorry, the name of the university is Akdeniz University, not Antalya University. Thank you. Microphone, please. Microphone, we don't hear the speaker. Microphone is not on. Microphone. Mikrofonu söyler misiniz oraya geçerken? We don't hear the speaker. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Yok. Yok, bize gelmiyor. Microphone, please. Yes, recently, when it comes to nutrition literacy, there are a lot of studies conducted in on this topic, and I would like to contribute to the previous presentations as they emphasize upon multidisciplinary approach. So with this interdisciplinary education, we can achieve better results for nutrition literacy. In 2000 and since 2018, there have been some separate and individual studies conducted in this regard, but after that year, the number of such studies and papers has increased a lot. By the way, I don't have any conflict of interest. Among the disadvantaged group, university students are also present. Among the disadvantaged groups, they are no longer adolescents, but socially and economically and time-wise, they have problems when it comes to following a healthy lifestyle. So malnutrition habits are quite common among them. That's why in order to raise their nutrition-related awareness, we need robust interventions for university students, and there are some proposals in this regard. A patient with diabetes came to a hospital with whom this patient contacts. For instance, this person, when with diabetes, when this person comes to a hospital, they go and they talk with some academicians or doctors at that hospital. But that person actually sees all these people when they come to a hospital. First they see the security staff, and then they see the reception personnel, then they see the secretary, the nutrition expert, etc. So this patient is actually interacting with people from different disciplines, and every person from different disciplines tells a different thing to this patient. The patient hears a different thing from the doctors, different thing from the pharmacist, a different thing from the secretary or lab technician, etc. So that's why interprofessional or multidisciplinary education is very important. WHO started to put emphasis on this issue back in 1988. So for treatments or preventive measures that require multidisciplinary perspective, we need to take these measures. So for this reason, regarding obesity and nutrition, multidisciplinary nutrition related training needs are inevitable. Doctors, nurses, dietitians, pharmacists, dentists, physiotherapists, and other healthcare professionals, they should emphasize upon the role of nutrition in their own specific fields of expertise, and they can clarify the impact of nutrition on the treatment. As I mentioned before, back in 1988, WHO published its first paper on this topic, and in that paper, WHO said that we may be able to treat and educate students with different educational backgrounds, starting with the college education. In this paper, they talk about providing and offering education to these students from different educational disciplines jointly. So while trying to do so, they also wanted to make sure that these students are not deviating from their own professional perspective. Problem solving, decision making, and team spirit skills are important, but no one should step on the role of the other person. I'm going to give you some examples later on. There are some concepts underlying concepts like the social identity theory. You need to also have a sense of belonging to a group. You need to feel that you are contributing to that group, and you need to know when you should be part of that group and why you are part of that group. This theory is talking about such things. We should know this theory very well. Otherwise, it would be really hard for us to get rid of this complicated situation in terms of adult education, because everyone thinks that their own field is more important than other fields, and everyone is trying to protect their own boundaries. That's why social identity theory is very important. This multidisciplinary education has some positive impacts, like it enhances team spirit. We are all working towards the same goal, to treat the patient, to protect the patient's health. This is the goal of all team members. As a doctor, as a nurse, as a dentist, as a dietitian, we are all serving the same purpose. So this is actually also giving people more self-confidence. Before you start your professional career, if you are educated in commonly and jointly with the other people from other disciplines, then your communication among the healthcare professionals is also strengthened, and you develop a sense of empathy. So this multidisciplinary education actually is important, and there are WHO guidelines defining us the content, goal, and approach. There are such guidelines for nurses, for dentists. So these guidelines recommend you some content to follow, and you may adapt it to your own culture. When to start this interdisciplinary education? Before graduation, the level of interest is low. I am a dean of medicine faculty, and actually 2 years ago I wanted to start such a practice, but my colleagues were not that much keen to help me. This year I am going to start this practice once again, and now people have a more positive approach. When it comes to the level of interest before graduation, the interest in this regard in Turkey is low. But to increase this level of interest, you need to develop this professional identity and self-confidence. You need to give the people the confidence that interdisciplinary education is helping you protect your professional identity and better cooperate with people from other professions. Because if you have this negative approach towards people from other professions, then it would be harming the team spirit. The learning setting could be primary healthcare clinics or hospitals or family physician practices. We can have small group work as a learning methodology. For instance, medicine faculty students may be guided by a professor from dietitians, from the nutrition department, or a nurse may guide another group from another profession. And we can also have lecture-like courses, and we can also benefit from remote education. For instance, there is a paper published by Yale University in 2025, and they talk about remote medical practices guided by dietitians, how to cook lentils, for instance, or how to cook spaghetti for obesity patients. This was taught to medicine faculty students through remote education by a dietitian. And there is this vignette technique. I'm going to give you an example of that technique later on. If this is a good technique, if you are after a joint work, a group work, because it can yield to really effective and efficient results, especially when it comes to adult education. Why do we need interprofessional or interdisciplinary education? And what kind of requirements do we need to have for cross-professional training, interdisciplinary education? First, we need to have basic information about our discipline, about our own discipline, and we need to have basic nutrition knowledge. We need to know about the diet that the patient should follow. And in a healthcare institution where people work together, the duration of hospitalization is shorter, and the mortality rates are lower. There were 11 million deaths that occurred last year because of reasons related to nutrition. So if you work in teams, then the mortality rates start to decrease. What is the situation about medicine faculties? When we check the situation regarding the medicine faculties, we see that the medicine faculty students have insufficient or mid-level knowledge of food literacy or nutrition literacy. Most of the thing, the food literacy or nutrition literacy is higher among the female students. And we see that the nutrition courses, practice-oriented nutrition courses, are insufficiently offered in medicine faculties. In my own medicine faculty, we offer 10 hours of course related to nutrition. yes, they provide some information in clinical practice, but the same is applicable to the dentistry faculties. They all don't offer enough hours of nutrition-related courses. That's why the doctors do not have self-confidence when they try to give recommendations to patients about nutrition. 45% of the doctors cannot give a full definition of some basic nutrition related concepts, and 70% of them do not have enough self-confidence in terms of giving recommendations to patients about nutrition. And the resident physicians, only 14% of them do believe that they have been provided with enough training sessions or education about nutrition. But the patients think the opposite. The patients think that they can get the most accurate information from physicians, but the physicians do not have enough self-confidence in them in this regard. What about the situation in the nursing faculties? 70% of the nursing students do not have enough self-confidence to provide nutrition counseling, and the curricula differ a lot. The nutrition literacy is low or mid-level. In our case, it was found to be high because we don't have standard measurement tools, because people may just say yes to every question. But globally speaking, the level of nutrition literacy among the nursing students is low or mid-level. And when it comes to functional literacy, which is actually reading labels, is a bit better. But when it comes to critical literacy, critical nutrition knowledge, like assessing sources and evidence-based approach, this critical literacy is insufficient both among the nursing students and the medicine faculty students. How does the word define this competence? First of all, the students should recognize and know how they should, what kind of diet they should follow for a healthy lifestyle, and they should also know about the correct methods of storing food and cooking food. They should have a critical perspective towards the information that appears in the media. They should know, make an efficient use of the energy or calorie values or nutrition content that appears on the labels, and they should interpret the visual and written messages correctly. When it comes to the training programs or curricula, it is recommended to offer courses of 12-25 hours. In our case, it is only 10 or 12 hours of nutrition-related courses that are offered in medicine faculties. So, in schools which are providing health-related education, we need more and better courses to improve food literacy. So what are the recommendations? First of all, we need to make a good teamwork. We need to start good teamwork. We need to make sure that people have this good team spirit. And the literature says that there are some studies in the US covering first-year medicine faculty students and the nutrition students. They were gathered together with an innovative approach. And when these students gathered together from the medicine faculties and nutrition faculties, they were first of all offered some courses, joint courses, and then they were matched in groups. So the medicine faculty students were matched in groups with dietitian students, and they role played a standard patient, and it was found out that their self-confidence increased quite apparently and visibly. And these study results were used in many other fields as well. And after this study, the students say that the rate of students who feel competent enough to provide nutrition counseling increased from 68% to 84%, and 74% of the medicine faculty students said that they found it useful to cooperate with the students of nutrition faculties. And there was this nutrition workshop in medicine faculties. After this workshop, 70% of the students said that they feel more confident to provide nutrition counseling. These are all results related to US. By the way, when we say first year medicine school students, we actually refer to the third year students in the Turkish system. There are some policies that are followed by different countries. UK has such a policy which is called Nutrition Education Faculty, and because of some factors like disadvantaged groups and climate change, the countries feel obliged to follow a policy. We also have such a policy. Ministry of Health has some policies in this regard. There are some provincial level interventions about food literacy in Turkey. And of course, these policies are also relying on interdisciplinary education. What are the challenges to make the education schedules and objectives aligned when you are engaged in interdisciplinary education? This is challenging. In addition, achieving coordination among different faculties is also challenging. Everyone tries to protect their own boundaries and their own field. Furthermore, preparing the academicians for such common education settings or common curricula is also challenging. But these challenges can be easily eliminated. We have some facilities in the higher education to overcome these challenges. Actually, we can easily define joint learning objectives, and every health discipline should clearly identify their minimum requirements for nutrition. Not everyone has to learn the same thing, but they can define their minimum requirements, and we can have integrated curricula modules. For instance, a patient with diabetes. In such a case, we can ensure the cooperation of medicine faculty, dentistry faculty, and nutrition. The dietitians can talk about the diets that the diabetic patients should follow. The pharmacists can talk about the medications. The dentist can talk about the dental or health cares. I talked to you about the vignette technique, which is actually a methodology that we can follow. We also follow this methodology in our own courses. You give a small problem to your students. There is this story, and then you provide guidance. For instance, this is Sula, a student, a female student, 20-year-old, a second-year-old university student. She's staying in a dormitory, and she has started to have some stomach problems, concentration problems recently. And according to her story, you understand that she doesn't have breakfast in the morning. She only, during the day, she has 2 or 3 cups of coffee, energy drinks, and little water. For dinner, she generally eats fast food like noodles or toast. She tries some detox beverages or some diets which recommend to skip some meals. And most of the time, she learns this diet-related information from the influencers. So this is a case from my perspective. We can ask some questions for medicine students, and we can ask that: how can you assess the nutrition habits that Sıla has on her overall health? Or we can also ask the medicine faculties what kind of nutrition related recommendations, evidence based recommendations we can offer to SLA. For the nursing students, we can ask what kind of nursing diagnosis would be appropriate for SLA to change her nutrition related behavior, or what kind of motivational interview techniques we can use for SLA. For the dentistry faculties, we can make sure that they discuss the nutrition related habits of SLA with her oral health findings. We can also encourage students to use social media or artificial intelligence tools to find the misinformation available there. So we can start an interactive discussion among these students and encourage them to follow an evidence-based process. We are really recommending to conduct further studies and research in this regard in the field of interdisciplinary education. Most of the time we have CPR training sessions which can be considered as examples of interdisciplinary education, but as for other health-related topics like pandemics, we did not focus enough on interdisciplinary education. And we should, of course, follow up the impact of education-related interventions on the attitudes and behaviors of students in the short and mid-term. That's why, in conclusion, we should have this common joint professionalism understanding. We should share the responsibilities and facilitate this sharing of responsibilities among different disciplines. And all the sources emphasize that food literacy is a skill that can be taught, just like the skill of measuring your blood tension or skills related to CPR or first aid. Food literacy and nutrition literacy are the skills that we can teach to people. And I really like this cartoon. If they don't learn together, they don't work together. So they refer patients from one institution to another, and the biggest burden is then left to the shoulders of the patients. That's why I think that interdisciplinary education should be more common and disseminated. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mrs. Chanel a lot. Now we are going to have a lunch break. It will last 45 minutes. We will continue where we left off after lunch. Thank you. But in general, nutrition principles in term 2 and term 3, we have taught these lessons, but the curriculum of the medical students is very busy. It is very difficult to open time for that. I've learned a lot from your presentation, and I listened to it very carefully. When I evaluate the interest of the students, this is my first comment. And secondly, when doing these programs, in our experience, our students are fourth year student. They are at the hospital, but the medical student is a term 3 student, and that was a serious problem of
Now we are going to start the second half of this conference, and we are going to listen to environmental health department head Nur Barın Aksakal, who is also a member of Sabri Yüker Foundation. She is going to talk to us about public health related strategies and how to cope with misinformation in the field of nutrition. Good afternoon. Did you enjoy the sandwiches? Yes, they were delicious. Thank you very much. We have talked about a lot of problems, how to define the nutrition literacy, and we have talked about the interventions this morning, and we also mentioned that there is abundance of information available, and we need to cope with this with some strategies. Today I have 30 minutes, so I cannot cover all the public health strategies in this time. I would like to stress upon the fact that there is this digital literacy, which is a cross-sectional, cross-cutting issue for all literacy-related issues. And there is this infodemy, which is actually information pollution. Health communication is a field by itself. Under it, there is nutrition communication as a subtopic. And as we heard from the previous speakers and Gülcan Hanım, that we are trying to teach people how to pick the right food, how to develop the right nutritional habits. But this cannot be achieved without the support from the environment. So you may teach your kid the healthy options, but if your child doesn't have healthy options available at school, then this is not going to be useful. So this whole process, health literacy, can be only achieved and shown progress if you get the support from your environment. Otherwise, it may be a burden on your shoulder to follow these healthy habits economically, in terms of sustainability and accessibility. Yesterday, there was an incident in Istanbul, and unfortunately, a mother lost her life and 2 babies lost their lives. And the father is still struggling to survive. And I checked the info pollution on this topic. There are people, who are actually selling specific types of food, like baked potato or some other mussels. They say that it is not our fault to sell such food. And if we are talking about foodborne pandemics, this should be taken very seriously. But there are opportunities that are born out of such crisis. For instance, we can now clearly tell people do not eat mussel or do not eat food with very mixed ingredients. So such crises are actually giving us opportunities, and we should make use of them. When we talk about public health strategy, I cannot give you info capsules like you should do this or do that. We need to develop separate strategies for each case. And yes, when we say communication, actually, as it was mentioned, we are talking about some games to make sure that the information becomes part of our life. And people may not do things even if they know that it is the right thing to do. There is no limit about knowledge. To what extent do people know about this? Only if this knowledge turns into a behavior, you can say that this person is educated in this regard. So we should not only be addressing the mental needs only or cognitive needs only. We should also talk about which groups should we focus on. We are talking about aging. We are not calling these people old people. We are talking about healthy aging, because people have feelings, and we should take these feelings into consideration in our communication related efforts. So for instance, some companies are using some sensational campaigns, and they are saying that if you use this product, you will lose a lot of weight in a very short period of time. So this is common, and there is also this rivalry between two cities of Turkey, like Trabzon and Erzurum, and there are bus trips between these two cities. There is a bus company organizing such bus trips from Trabzon to Erzurum or vice versa. And there is a rivalry between the company from Trabzon and the company from Erzurum. Because of this rivalry, these two company representatives, bus company representatives, get into a fight. People from Trabzon know how to fight, and people from Erzurum know how to wrestle. So they start into a fight, and people from Trabzon beat the people from Erzurum. So what am I trying to tell? If you don't have the weapons used by your opponents, by your rivalry companies, then you will lose. So the way that they are using social media, it should be the way that you use the social media. You should use the same weapons as them. And when we say health communication, we say that we mean using communication strategies to shape and improve public health. We are trying to improve the well-being and life quality, and we are also using health communication to exchange knowledge, health-related knowledge, among the individuals and communities. Health communication, as I mentioned before, is very important in healthcare services. The health communication is widely discussed among the healthcare professionals. It starts with teamwork. We need to develop this culture of working together. We need to work together. We need to make fewer mistakes, medical mistakes, and we need to strengthen the healthcare relations between healthcare professionals and patients. So we are no longer only focusing on the relations between patients and physicians. We are only now also focusing on fighting against infodemy or information pollution. Science, we should explain the scientific results to people. If I am saying scientific is something that is based on science, I assume that this is having an impact on the other people. And when we talk about any information that is related to nutrition, healthy nutrition, we are considering if this is going to protect our health or not. And if we hear something, we also check the scientific data, if the scientific data is verifying it, and then we try to talk about this issue with our colleagues. But this is us, this is healthcare professionals. What do ordinary people do? When they see a message about a healthy lifestyle, they only check if this is in line with what they believe. This is cognitive dissociation. So they try to take a scientific decision, and to take the right decision, they consider their past, their background, their families, their parents' habits. And in their decision-making process, science is not at the top. Is it consistent, the messages about healthy lifestyle? For instance, it says that do not eat bread, you will be a sheep. That's a piece of news that we heard on a TV channel. Some people stop eating bread after they hear such a message, but they cannot replace bread with something good. And there is also other people who are really giving importance to what other people say or think. Or there are some trendy, popular products, and people are not very much competent in assessing the reliability of the popular products. And there are also sometimes some people who say that this person got a liver disease when he or she was trying to lose weight. So there is this pros and cons assessment. So when you are not relying on scientific data, you may be exposed to the misinformation. And sometimes this misinformation is abuse. It is exposed to people due to some malintentions. For instance, there was this young lady in her 30s who lost her life because she used some pills to lose weight, and she thought that those pills were natural, and she took 5 of them at one time to lose weight in a more speedy manner, but she died because of liver deficiency or liver failure. So when you are giving such information, you are actually providing misinformation with bad intentions, because when you say that this pill is natural, you actually know the ingredients. So there is no actual, when it comes to disinformation, there are no malintentions involved. You are only disseminating some information that you hear, but this information that you share may give bad results or may lead to bad conclusions. So this is, there might be malintentions behind some information or that you disseminate or not. This is a different topic.
Ve mezenformasyonla mücadelede gerçekten
When combating misinformation and disinformation, information is very important and increasing literacy is very important. We have basic problems and challenges. The first one is we have a low health literacy. All the researchers show that. We cannot evaluate whether the source of the information is reliable. You just send a tweet from your chair. If you want to share something scientific, you have to make an effort to ask ChatGPT at least. So, uncertain things become viral more. It causes speculation. And such misinformation is cheap. Online content plays with strong emotions and it becomes viral. It appeals to your eyes. You see a woman who lost 30 kilos, they add some images which include your emotions, which affect your emotions. And it's a message that, for example, in 3 days, 6 days, or 1 month, you're going to lose so many kilos. So they are really playing with your emotions because you have been trying to do that, but you could not succeed. And there is a lot of information. They focus on freedom of speech and censorship. There are some gatekeepers. You want to stop wrong information. You want to stop misinformation, but they say, "I'm free and I'm speaking." Lack of trust in public authorities. If people don't trust the public authorities, they don't trust the milk given by the school. So it becomes a huge problem. We have cognitive prejudices, biases. The speed, dissemination, and scale, they are huge. And health officials are not listening to them carefully. And health officials are not involved in an effective communication. Until COVID, we have never seen the tweets of Ministry of Health. Some other information replaces the information that they are supposed to give. and we don't have sufficient investment in social listening. Ministry of Health does that to a certain extent. If there is something very negative about health or ministry or the public officials, then they are intercepted. But what do people share about nutrition or vaccination? There is no sufficient investment in intercepting them. And we don't have sufficient qualified staff to analyze, to separate them into segments, and we don't have a culture of working together. It's quite weak, and we cannot reach important demographic characteristics. People usually find themselves in groups where they don't believe in scientific things, and that perspective makes them feel good and safe, and they believe that that group helps them understand the world. And we cannot understand who is more sensitized to nutritional misinformation. In health problems, of course, there should be customized solutions for groups, individuals, and the place. In order to be able to develop such strategies, we have to first overcome these challenges. Those who need the information most are the ones who have a low digital literacy and who use the tools developing critical evaluation the least. So how can we reach them? They cannot evaluate information. And we see the verification warnings in English, in the social media, in an unproportional manner. So we should be, intervening in such misinformation. Some of us can reach English sources, but the population at large cannot reach that. So they are the most vulnerable groups, and they cannot reach this information. WHO says that there are certain tools of combating misinformation and protection against chronic diseases. You may tell me that there are many strategies. We're talking about literacy, and the most important determinant of literacy is the information that we can reach. And infodemy. The experts are not establishing an effective communication, so the scandalous and sensational news attract more interest. The authorities, the physicians, have very boring posts. They are not interesting. And for public health, they are really boring. And in a world where there are no intermediaries, you have to bond the experts and the masses, so you have to have a communication. Health misinformation is $1 million work business. Health misinformation is $1 million business. Some people are just a tool of it. They become a tool. My mother reads something, sends it to her friend. She just shares something that she just learned with her friends. She's becoming a tool. She's becoming a pawn. But in that group, there's a huge impact. Ministry of Agriculture has a commission for plants with which they put some medical indications. There is this Canan Karatay file, Ibrahim Saraçoğlu file. So there are people who are selling plant-based things with medical indications. They are trying to understand what they are. They say that this is in that indication, that's not in that indication. I was involved in that commission. I also worked in that commission. These are things that we all know, actually. Some people who are idols for the society are sharing such content all the time. But when, in hindsight, when you go back and look at it, you see that certain products are being sold with special names, and there are some other earnings behind certain advertisements. So health misinformation is not $1 million, but $1 billion business. The existing widespread approach is based on obsolete and ineffective lack of information model. So let's teach and train, but the society doesn't care what we're saying. The society doesn't see us as an authority, so we have to produce new models. Because new information strengthens the previous opinions and convictions. If you don't get to know your society, that's the most important strategy of public health. If you don't get to know your society very well, the information that you provide is not acceptable by them culturally or emotionally. They would prefer the idea and the information that they feel more familiar with. This goes for all kinds of classes and education level. We are using ChatGPT and AI. The same thing goes for the AI. If you have made a lot of research and if you are scientific, then the ChatGPT or AI suggests you a more scientific content. But if you are different, then the AI provides you less scientific content. Sometimes we don't also consider certain information which is not in line with our level. So we need evidence-based communication policies. And when we are making these policies, we can benefit from very successful communication experts as public health people. We have to work with very successful communication experts. They can be the ones who are working for elections or for advertisements or for certain marketing. We need them for a correct messaging. And these are very individualized and special areas. Health issues evoke feelings of fear, anger, injustice, excitement, hope, and curiosity. It's like we were using this abroad, now we have it in Turkey. So all your emotions are becoming active, or new trends in cancer treatment. So they are disseminated very fast that we can overcome. For example, losing weight. No matter how much you say it should be sustainable, it should be lost in a long time, it's a lifestyle, still, when people say you're going to lose this many kilos in 3 days or 1 week, people tend to prefer them and they become viral very fast. There is such a viable environment for that. So why aren't these deleted immediately? And why aren't there any sanctions imposed on these people? The most urgent and effective reaction to the dissemination of misinformation is, let's delete it, make it inaccessible, and let's stop and mute the source. Why don't we do it? There are constitutional safeguards, and so we cannot suppress this misinformation, but we can say that we are doing it to protect public health. Then certain actions which are perceived as censorship attract attention. People say that I'm giving you the secret to long life, but I'm being suppressed, I'm being muted. So such groups start to talk like that. 35, 40 years ago, the same thing happened in measles. We say, no, that's not the reality. There are many factors. We try to explain the situation, but somebody comes and says they are muting us. They are silencing us. So wrong sources are perceived as victims. They are victimized. So their masses increase. Even people invite them to TV shows. So it also encourages conspiracy theories. So it is not working with other waves. Certain things are happening somewhere else. But still, yes, we're trying to intervene in our country and in other countries in social surveillance when there are detrimental contents. They are stopped at some point. The communication strategists give us a role here as well. All the people working in the area of public health should give a proper answer to such content so the impact can be minimized and mitigated. This can be a way of intervention. So what are we going to do? So we cannot eliminate them totally. We can only do it partially. In the short-term, content audit, information control, labeling should continue. Audits should continue. We should look at the ingredients of the products and the content of the posts. But in the long term, we need education. We're going to work with the sectors. We're going to develop effective legislations, and starting from childhood, we should teach the public, the society, on better nutrition and better health. In the short term, we are dealing with problems of infodemy because we have a basic literacy, functional literacy, but then we have digital literacy, health literacy, media literacy, scientific literacy, financial literacy. Now we need these subgroups when we are selecting a good food. If I cannot buy meat, what should I buy as a protein? So that was a classic literacy. But now, rather than classic literacy, things are different, because in the middle there's digital literacy, which is easily accessible. This digital literacy affects our literacy in the other areas directly. Whatever is happening in the digital area affects the health literacy, financial literacy, scientific and media literacy. We have to understand what's happening in the digital world so that we can increase literacy in the areas of health, finance, science, and media. So we are developing digital literacy scales. In the past, we were only dealing with classical literacy or vaccination literacy, but now we have to put the adjective digital in front of all of those literacies. So in public health strategies, we have to consider them. We will start with education. Which content in the digital world is waste, which is good. So we have to teach this first, and then public health strategies can work. If you are providing appropriate nutritional opportunities, and if people are preferring fast food, then your public health strategy is collapsing. So labeling and poking. So preliminary refuting strategies. So controlling something before they become viral. So infodemy is eliminating half of our gains, and we don't know how much more it can eliminate these accomplishments and gains we had. So in order to deal with this information, we had to talk about new strategies. So AI technology is involved in this. By using this technology, this content must be marked as good or bad, detrimental, hazardous. So, good or bad, harmful or not harmful. We should distinguish this with AI, and in these hubs, answers are being formed, and you start to see them when you look at a website. According to the new guidelines of CDC, this is not correct. If you want to get more information, consult here. 99.6% of the YouTube community rules are being marked here. COVID was like a laboratory for this. So they are marked, and you can block these contents. At least as a comment, you can see them. Twitter and with the new name X is also intervening in wrong information pieces in a blurred manner. In Twitter, the relevant institutions' comment can be seen as an anti-comment, or it says this unit, this institution blocked this content. You start to see such warnings, and because of that, the authors providing malinformation are warned. So there's a certain extent of stopping, but there's a lot of production. This can be done by only AI, by screening certain words, and certain hazardous, harmful words can be eliminated. If we are going to intervene in infodemy, if we're going to deal with misinformation and disinformation, industry, state, and the civil society should work together. Everybody should be vigilant. Everybody should be sensitized. But effective cooperation is lacking. Private sector is doing something, state is doing something, but we need effective cooperation among the three. I tried to bring you some examples. UFIC, European Food Information Council, has some literacy campaigns. Laura is here with us from UFIC. And scientifically, in order to have healthier societies, they are publishing certain contents. Social media training for health staff, for example, this is something which is encouraged to identify and immediately answer misinformation content. So health staff plays a role here. Public health strategies have some examples in Turkey. There are some programs about nutrition. There are some campaigns, for example, for reducing consumption of salt or iron deficiency or chronic diseases. Mrs. Dila said this, measuring outputs is the biggest problem in all the programs. Yes, for salt, we have reached a certain level. The same thing goes for iron. There are programs for them. Sabri Ülker Foundation has some activities. Balance at Food. Science is speaking this. They have such sets, and their readability is high, and their coverage is high. So we need to multiply these examples in the web and in the social media, and we should share the media as a public health strategy. Maybe starting from the time we are students, we should take a step into this digital world so that we can play more roles in this. Yes, I think as the time is up, I think, yeah, the presentation is also over. So last words. Just like the case in all problems, we cannot easily say that let's do this and let's solve it. We have to support it in the environment. We have to increase digital literacy and then health literacy. And when we are doing all of these things, we will try to stop all the formations and structures that harm public health. In the meantime, I'm very happy that this came because I wanted to show it. You know, whenever we talk about infodemy, we say it's very difficult. Montaigne says, at least I won't say that I did not try. So we should have the same approach. At least let's try. Thank you very much.
Soru yok değil mi? Yok, tamam. Güzel.
Nur Hocama değerli katkısı için teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. Sabri Ülker Foundation is not operational only in Turkey, but it is also contributing to science-based information dissemination globally. So we will now give the floor to Dr. Laura Fernandez, from the General Director of EUFIC. The floor is yours.
Herkese iyi günler. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry that I cannot give my speech in Turkish. I wish I could. But it's great to be here today, and I would like to thank Sabri Ülker Foundation for their kind invitation. Just give me a second. and also congratulate them, because it's great to have these sort of events gathering so many knowledgeable colleagues here sharing their advice with all of you. Okay. And yeah, here. Okay. Let me get sorted. Okay, you have it there. Let's see if that works. Okay, nope, that. I have no conflict of interest, and I'm going to talk about science communication trainings from evidence to engagement. But before I go there, I'm going to tell you a little bit about UFIC, the organization that I'm leading. So UFIC is a consumer-oriented nonprofit organization established 30 years ago to make the science behind food and health easier to understand for the public. We do that because we have a profound belief that by increasing people's knowledge on food and health, by increasing people's knowledge on food and health, we can make a real impact on their health, but also on the health of the planet. Because nowadays we cannot separate health and sustainability. Our mission is to empower and facilitate better dietary and lifestyle choices by people that are founded in scientific evidence. We have 4 long-term goals to build food and health science literacy. We have heard a lot about that till now. I could include nutrition literacy as well, right now that we know the definition. The second long-term goal is to facilitate the healthy and sustainable dietary shift. The third is to support the prevention of non-communicable diseases. And the fourth is to empower people to reduce their food waste, as we know that it is at consumption level that we waste the most food. In practice, what we do is we translate science into something that is accessible, appealing, and actionable for people. We also put a lot of efforts to countering misrepresentation of science in the media and help people discern the sources of information that are credible sources. We also use the insights of behavioral research, consumer research in our activities, and we promote evidence-based decision-making. And the way we operate is by putting consumers at the center and rooting ourselves in science. And when I say science, is the science in the broadest terms, not only food and health science, but also the behavioral science, so consumer science, and the science of science communication. And that is more what I'm going to talk about today. In terms of our activities, most fall under outreach and dialogue. We do lots of awareness-raising campaigns on social media, but also sometimes on the ground. And we foster neutral, science-based dialogue with different stakeholders, particularly on topics that are not completely well-established in the scientific literature. And we also put efforts to increase the capacity of different multipliers. It can be journalists by helping them and provide them resources to help them cover better the scientific topics, but it can be healthcare professionals. And of course, healthcare professionals have the knowledge, but they may not have the science communication skills. And that is a little bit what today is also about. We target consumers and we reach them directly through our social media, but also the website. But we also go to consumers through multipliers. And when I say multipliers, it can be journalists, it can be influencers, it can be educators, teachers, university professors, but also healthcare professionals. That is a very important multiplier. As said, they have the knowledge and they play a key role in passing the messages to other stakeholders, but also to the general public. That is dietitians and nutritionists mostly, but also other healthcare professionals. We have talked a lot about them today. Sorry, this is jumping. On average, we have a repository of information materials on our website. With over 2,000 articles on our web pages that are translated into several languages, English, French, German, Italian and Spanish, and some of them are further translated into Turkish thanks to a collaboration with the Sabri Ulker Foundation. We have heard also how important it is to make things culturally relevant and really adapted to the countries, and that is what we do. We have an increasing social media presence in the media, and a huge network of contacts. So now, back to the topic of today, science communication trainings from evidence to engagement. So I'm approaching it more from the science communication side and not teaching other health professionals content and nutrition, let's say, knowledge. Of course, why should we do science communication trainings? We have learned today the value of trainings and education, and that never ends. I mean, I'm sure that as professionals, you have continuous training in your careers to keep up to date with the new research and the data that appears. But if we go back to science, science is not finished until it is communicated. Can you imagine that you do a very important scientific study and you don't talk about it? You don't allow other people to use the results in order to implement it further, to scale it up? That is inconceivable. So clear and engaging communication is what makes our work more visible and also more impactful, and that is what we want at the very end. It helps food and health researchers to share their work more effectively, but also healthcare professionals to engage both with their peers and also their public. And it is very important nowadays because we are all sources of information. With the spread of digital communication, we need to be there where the conversations happen. And we need more voices that have the knowledge, and really those voices should make those communications appealing enough to really make them stickier than the myths that we are trying to fight. We know a thing or two about science communication. I told you that we have been established 30 years ago, and we have been communicating about food and health since. But we also have developed practical trainings for different actors, EU institutions of the European Commission, the Parliament, civil society organizations, different universities. And we have been incorporating the feedback and the learnings from those trainings into the new trainings to make them more engaging and interactive. Next year, we will be launching 2 series of modules. You will have another peek at the very end of this presentation. So apart from that, we not only, as I mentioned, increase the capacity of actors, for example, through trainings, but we also are out there countering misrepresentation of science in the media. So we do a lot of media reactions. We have and manage a platform that is called Food Facts that put together journalists with scientists and that really organizes webinars on topics that are likely to hit the media headlines for them to have a clearer picture of them. And we also have lots of resources to increase food literacy of people, explaining them how science works, explaining them what are the basic terminology of science, what's causality versus association, what's relative risk versus absolute risk. How does science work? What are the things that you should pay attention to when looking at the sources of information? What makes misinformation stick? So once again, why science communication trainings? Well, for starters, the confusion is real. I think the previous speakers have proved the point that there is a lot of confusion out there. I don't think to have to convince you of media headlines pushing contradictory and conflicting information. One day coffee is good for your health, the next day is bad for your health. And that is not only coffee, of course, it happens with sugar, fats, but also with foods, etc. So can you imagine what does that happen, or what does that do to people? Well, it creates confusion. It may generate unfounded fear of foods, of food ingredients, and ultimately it undermines trust in foods and trust in science. And that is a huge societal problem, and we will see in a minute why. There are randomized controlled trials like this one, done in 2019, in which they not only showed that more than 70% of the people that participated in the study reported that they were exposed to contradictory nutrition information, but they were able to see that the exposure to contradictory information not only increases the confusion, but it also increases what we call the nutrition backlash, which is the negative sentiment versus nutrition recommendations, and it lowered the intentions that people had to follow those recommendations. So can you imagine if people start not following the advice, eat more fruits and vegetables, just because they don't know what to believe? So it is a real issue, and we should do something about it. But before, and there are, of course, other studies that have shown that. We have seen data also from other speakers about that. Why does that happen? Well, science is complex, and we have tensions between, on the one hand, the science that is scared of absolutes, that see everything on shades of grey, and media that wants simplistic message because that is what the public needs. That is what they are demanding. They also want something that sells because they are businesses. At the end of the day, they have to ensure clickbait. They have to sell their news. So observational studies find links, but media often report a single study as a proof, ignoring the rest of the evidence. Also, sometimes a small effect size are made to appear very big. As said, there is no difference made between relative risk and absolute risk, maybe using relative risk to make it look much bigger. And of course, we ignore confounding factors that could explain the effects that we see in a scientific study. Sometimes, I must say, it's not only the media. Sometimes we see, and there are also peer-reviewed papers that date back from 2014, the first ones. It was a team led by Summers and al. That showed that exaggeration in the news tracks back to exaggeration in the press release of the university that published the study. And they also went further to see that if you that exaggeration, okay, did not necessarily increase the news pickup. They tried in a randomized controlled trial, exaggerated press releases, and press releases that used caveats, so that explained the limitations and put some framing into the data, that didn't affect the media pickup. So that is not a reason to overstate the findings. Yet, we still see it happening. There are subsequent studies that show the same. So scientists have a responsibility to ensure also that the data is not overstated and overrepresented. Okay, so what about the science of science communication? Well, science communication is science at the end of it. So it is informed by research data, just as good science is. And what does that mean? It's science communication, and I think you have lessons on that in the universities that have been presenting today. It looks at the mechanisms that are behind the communication. It looks at how different target groups will have different characteristics, different knowledge needs, different challenges that need to be considered. It shows us what works and what doesn't. And that is what should inform the way we define and deliver our messages, and also the way the target groups are addressed. Okay, before we go there, sometimes what we do in communication is a little bit counterintuitive to the science. So we may think that certain things work. For example, people will, when they want to debunk a myth, they may think that they should start by restating the myth. We have seen from the past that, from Professor Ali, for example, he mentioned it, that if you repeat the myth, then you are going to recreate, to create more opportunities for the myth to stick. So that is not a good way of debunking a myth. You should always start with the fact and then bring the myth, but bring the fact in the same sticky way that the myth works. So really, it needs to be crafted in a specific way. And not only you should do that, but you should also explain why the myth works, so that people can really put together make sense of the myth and the fact together. They need something to replace the myth with, the fact, but then they need to understand why the myth is there on the first place. So, can you spot the 4 mistakes, the red flags in this post? And that is one example of common mistakes that we see on social media time and time again. The post blames single food or habit for something that is very complex. Of course, that should already raise red alert and alarm bells. It speaks in absolutes. It gives no reference, no citation, no scientific reference. It uses anecdotes as personal evidence. And it tells us not to trust trusted sources like doctors, but sells their own products. So we always need to keep in mind red flags, responsibility, and references when looking at the information, because we may be liable of propagating disinformation or incorrect information sometimes on social media because it comes from a trusted colleague. We always need to keep being alert. What are the ingredients of good science communication? One is being strategic. What does that mean? Being strategic is knowing exactly what are the objectives and goals of the communication. And of course, information is not a behavioral goal. We have heard also from previous speakers that we are looking for a change in behavior, for an action. And that is what should craft our science communication. Also very important, who is our target group? And again, everybody is not an answer. That's not a good answer, because different groups of the population or subsets of the population will have different characteristics, different knowledge needs. There will be different channels that you will use to reach them, etc., etc. So the objective and the target group should inform the format and the message and the channels that we use. Okay. This is an example that Hubbub, a communication agency, used to exemplify exactly that. So they wanted to enable change in football fans. So their target audience was very clear, and the real objective was also very clear. And the way that they crafted their communication campaign, and they did it through challenges, so really in a very interactive and engaging way, was always using the terminology of football and giving analogies with football. And that really worked marvelously. And then they even showed the results, again, with the analogy of football. And then at the end, they had a message like, Manchester United, I mean, it was Manchester fans, they are 27 million. Can you imagine if those fans started bringing some of the changes that the fans that participated in the study started doing? So it was really motivational, it was engaging, the objective was met, and they did it really thinking of the target audience. The second important aspect of good science communication is choose well your message. As humans, we can only take so much information, and I would say that nowadays, where the new generations are hyperlink generations, overstimulated by different means of communications that are accessible 24/7 everywhere, the attention span is very, very short. So if you give too many messages, you risk a dilution effect that will backfire. So also clarity of a message signals confidence, so it will support the memorability of that message, and you should always focus on what moves the needle. If your aim is changing behavior, what is the behavior that you want to change, and what would be the key messages that will really enact that behavior change? I would say that on the previous rule, you can keep a rule of 3. Is make no more than 3 points for your message, because your audience probably won't remember more than that. I will give you 4 today to remember anyway, because I think you can take them. Explain difficult ideas 3 different ways, because that will help people really perceive it through different perspectives and help the idea sink in. And make important points 3 times. Repeat, repeat, repeat. We are beings of habit. We need to hear things several times before they stick with us. Oh, sorry. Okay. The third thing is make it accessible and interesting. Once we have our real objective, our target audience, a message, how can we make it interesting, engaging, appealing? And for that, there are different techniques. One is, for example, the structure of the narrative. There is a technique called ABT that stands for and, but, therefore. And it's a tool for organizing your narrative structure using these 3 connector words. So first you give the setup of the story, then you add a contradiction, so you increase the attention, and then you bring the consequence. That is how we engage with the information, as opposed to a non-narrative and very boring flat talk, or the last one, which is a very confusing narrative in which people go all kinds of back and forth ways, so at the end you don't remember anything. There are other tools, like storytelling, and very interesting experiments done with storytelling. There was a journalist that set out to prove that storytelling is a powerful tool. And what he did was, he was very smart, he bought very cheap objects, daily objects, that cost around $1. He spent $120 to buy 100 objects, and then he contacted writers and asked each of them to write a story about that object. And then he tried to sell them online. He made €8,000 out of these 120 bucks that he invested into the object. So it really proves that the storytelling, so the way that you tell the message, is really important. Also, there are things like jargon. And I think in scientific spheres, we sometimes sin because we think that everyone has the same level of knowledge than us. And maybe when we try to explain scientific context or concepts, we use lots of jargon, lots of technical terms. We will be losing our audience. There are tools that help you de-jargonize your texts, and you will be amazed of how many words a common citizen will not understand. So that's a really nice exercise if you want to try someday. Also, research has proved that the more jargon that you have in a text or in a message, the higher the perceived risk around that topic and the higher the resistance by the audience. There are other things like analogies and metaphors. Great tool if you know how to use it, because it can backfire if you don't acknowledge, for example, cultural differences. So one thing may work very well in a country and have a meaning, but may not well at all in another country. But you get the picture. It can help really understand, for example, numbers in a much simpler way. If I told you 1.3 million tons of food is wasted globally each year, okay, is one thing. If I told you every time that you go and buy 3 bags of food, throw one away, that is the level of food waste that we have in the world. Okay, it's much more visual. People can relate to that. The last point is evaluate meaningfully. We have heard also how important it is to evaluate interventions. Well, communication is the same. It's an intervention at the end of the day. And there, what you have to see is, are you reaching the target group that you set out to reach? Are there concerns being addressed? Are you creating new concerns? Are your messages being correctly understood? Are you achieving the action, the behavioral change that you wanted? And if not, correct. So evaluation is very important. And I can give you an example, Oh, sorry. There was a really nice picture of a zombie attack, and that is about a campaign that CDC, so the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, did in the States. So they wanted people to be readier for any emergency, and they devised a really nice campaign around a zombie attack, saying, if you are prepared for a zombie attack, then you should be ready for any emergency. The concept was amazing, really well thought through. They had social media posts and some movies, etc. The visibility of the campaign and the engagement was incredible. Much higher than what they obtained in any previous historical campaign. Was it successful? No, it was not, because they didn't meet their real objective, which was getting people to be readier for an emergency. People engaged with the story of zombies, and the story went and had a life on its own, but it didn't achieve the intended behavior change. So, the 4 things, not 3, to take home, but you probably are aware of them. Know your audience, know your real goal, have a clear message, and evaluate, and then optimize. So, if you want to turn complex messages into effective messages, I would say try out or check out our training offer. It is really for individuals and professionals that have a nutrition knowledge and want to be better science communicators. You have 8 modules, part is in the screen, so Intro to Science Communication, defining and talking to specific target audiences, refining your message, deep diving into, sorry, I'm not showing it to you, deep diving into tackling jargon and using analogies. So the little points that I have given you, there is a whole module, of course, because you will need to learn about how that methodology works, and then the tricks and tips to apply that there. And some others on storytelling for food science communication, using social media for science communication, communicating numbers and risks, very important, when related to food, and principles of good graphic design. If you're interested, you don't have to keep the link that I have put on the screen. If you type UFIC and training in Google, you will have the page. And there you can just subscribe to the waiting list to be informed. So I want to just thank my colleagues, Kenya and Deborah, because they are the ones behind the development of the trainings and the beautiful slides that I have just shown you. And thank you very much for your attention.
Laura'ya teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi
We would like to thank Laura
Üniversitesi'nden vakfımızın bilim kurulu üyesi.
from Szeged University, member of our scientific board of our foundation. She is with us online. Yes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be invited and give you this presentation at the 5th International Conference on Nutrition, Health, Literacy and Education held in Ankara. If I had to explain conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest, I would mention that for quite a few years, I happened to be the member of the Sabri Ülker Food Research Foundation Scientific Committee. Otherwise, I'm a full professor at the University of Szeged in Hungary and hold different other positions. Regarding misconceptions in food and nutrition, I would say that we are in general surrounded by more information than ever before. At the first glance, this seems like a good thing after all. More knowledge should help us make better decisions. But in reality, the sheer volume of constantly changing nutrition advice often creates the opposite effect. People are exposed to conflicting claims on a daily basis, We are overloaded by information, I would say. One day a food is praised as a miracle ingredient, and the next day it's labeled as being harmful. These contradictions make it harder for the public to know what to believe, and over time they can erode trust in science as a whole. This confusion doesn't just stay at the level of frustration, it directly influences the choice people make. Uncertainty can lead to poor dietary decisions or to the adoption of trends that are not supported by solid evidence. On a broader scale, widespread confusion affects public health efforts and policymaking. When people don't know which guidelines to trust, even well-designed recommendations become less effective. That's why understanding and addressing misconceptions is more than just an academic exercise. It's essential for promoting healthier behaviors and building trust in evidence-based nutrition. Before we can talk about nutrition myth, it's important to clarify a few terms that are often used interchangeably, but actually describe very different problems. First of all, let's take misinformation. This refers to false or inaccurate information that is shared without the intention to deceive. In other words, people pass it along because they think it's true. This is extremely common in nutrition. Someone reads a headline, misunderstands it, and suddenly it becomes a fact, repeated everywhere. Next, disinformation. This is very different. Here, the false information is created or shared on purpose. It's strategic and often designed to manipulate opinions, sell a product, or influence public behavior. In the context of food, this might involve exaggerated claims, marketing tactics, or deliberate distortion of scientific findings. Then, misconceptions come. These aren't simply incorrect facts. They are deeply held beliefs, often shaped by emotions, personal experiences, or cultural narratives. Misconceptions can persist even when people are shown clear evidence to the contrary because they feel true. Together, misinformation, disinformation, and misconceptions form a kind of ecosystem that fuels public confusion. They blur the line between credible nutrition science and popular myth, making it harder for people to know what or whom to trust. Nutrition myths don't spread only because the information is wrong. They spread because of how our brains naturally work. Human thinking relies heavily on cognitive shortcuts. Instead of carefully analyzing every claim we hear, we often default to fast, intuitive judgments. This is helpful in everyday life, but when it comes to complex topics like nutrition, these kind of shortcuts can lead us to accept oversimplified or inaccurate ideas. Another factor is confirmation bias. We tend to notice and believe information that supports what we already think, and we often ignore or dismiss anything that challenges our existing beliefs. So once a myth fits our expectations, it becomes much harder to let go of. Repetition also plays a powerful role. When we hear the same message again and again, even if it is not true, it starts to feel familiar. And our brains often mistake familiarity for truth. Finally, we are influenced by the people around us, friends, family, social media personalities, influencers, bloggers, and all kinds of online communities. When a message is echoed by people we trust or admire, it gains emotional weight, which makes it even more convincing. All of these factors combined explain why nutrition myths are so persistent and why simply presenting facts isn't always enough to change minds. Nutrition myths don't just appear out of nowhere. They spread through specific channels that make them especially powerful and persistent. One of the biggest drivers today is social media. These platforms are designed to amplify attention-grabbing content, not necessarily accurate information. A dramatic claim or a catchy headline can travel far faster than a carefully explained scientific finding or science-based fact. Commercial interests also play a major role. The influencer economy rewards strong opinions, bold promises, and very simplified messages. When influencers or companies benefit financially from promoting a particular product or trend, misinformation can spread quickly, often packaged as personal advice or life-changing tips. Traditional media contributes as well, sometimes unintentionally. To fit complex nutrition science into short news segments or headlines, important details often get simplified or even lost. This oversimplification can distort the original research, creating the impression that recommendations change constantly. When we look at public attitudes across Europe, we see a clear gap between what people think is risky about food and what scientific evidence actually supports. Surveys consistently reveal a set of top concerns. Just see the Eurobarometer studies of the EU member states' citizens regarding food safety. So these top concerns are, for example, pesticides, food additives, and more recently, microplastics. These issues dominate public discussion and often create a sense of alarm, even though scientific assessments frequently place higher priority on other risks, such as poor dietary patterns or excessive sugar and salt consumption. Interestingly, trust levels vary significantly by source. People tend to place the most trust in scientists and independent experts, while trust in social media and especially in politicians is remarkably low. Yet, despite this low trust, social media still has a strong influence because it is where many people encounter food-related information first. Another widespread belief is that natural equals healthy. This trend shapes consumer choices, even when the term natural has no strict scientific or regulatory meaning. The emotional appeal of naturalness often outweighs evidence about what is actually beneficial or harmful. All of this highlights a consistent mismatch between perceived and actual food risks. Understanding these perceptions is crucial because they influence consumer behavior, policy debates, and the way nutrition messages must be communicated. The communication that works. To counter nutrition myths effectively, it's not enough to simplify present facts. We need communication strategies that are proven to work. One powerful approach is pre-bunking. Instead of correcting misinformation after it spreads, pre-bunking teaches people early on how to recognize false or misleading claims. By understanding common tactics like exaggerated headlines or oversimplified miracle cures, people become more resilient before misinformation reaches them. Another so-called key tool is narrative framing. Human beings remember stories far better than isolated facts. That's why we prepared, for example, the food safety short stories book with numerous case studies to explain food safety related science-based facts with practical examples. When we explain nutrition science through examples or personal narratives, the message becomes more engaging and easier to recall. It also matters who delivers the message. Using trusted messengers, for example, scientists, health professionals, community leaders, or individuals with established credibility helps audiences feel respected and understood. Pairing this with empathy is essential. Nutrition is personal, emotional, and often tied to identity. When people feel judged or shamed, they shut down rather than reconsider their beliefs. That's why effective communication focuses on dialogue and not confrontation. By creating space for questions, acknowledging concerns, and avoiding shaming, where we increase the chances that people will really reflect on their beliefs and make informed choices. Improving our understanding of food and nutrition isn't just an individual responsibility, it's also a matter of policy and education. Nutrition literacy should be seen as a fundamental part of overall health literacy. When people understand the basic principles of nutrition, they can navigate conflicting messages more confidently and make choices that support long-term well-being. To make this possible, nutrition education needs to be integrated across multiple settings. Schools can provide early foundations, helping children develop critical thinking skills about food from a very young age. Media organizations can promote responsible communication and avoid sensationalism. Healthcare systems can ensure that patients receive clear, evidence-based guidance from trusted professionals. None of this can be accomplished in isolation. It's very essential, important to have cross-sector cooperation. Educators, policymakers, scientists, and communication experts must work together to create consistent and supportive messages. Finally, aligning these efforts with established frameworks such as those from WHO and OECD helps ensure that national policies are evidence-based, internationally coherent, and effective at improving public health. By linking education with policy, we can build a more informed society that is better equipped to resist nutrition myths. As I need to wrap up, there are a few key points worth taking with us. First, nutrition myths tend to flourish in environments where literacy is low and emotions run high. When people feel overwhelmed, confused, or anxious about their health, simple but inaccurate explanations can become very appealing. Second, the most effective communication blends empathy with evidence. Facts alone are rarely enough to change minds, but when we pair accurate information with understanding and respect, we create space for real dialogue and reflection. Third, long-term progress depends on education and collaboration. Schools, healthcare systems, policymakers, scientists, communicators, they all have a part to play or a role to play in strengthening nutrition literacy. No single actor can solve this challenge on his or her own. And finally, each of us has a role in improving how nutrition information is shared. Whether we are professionals or everyday consumers, we can all contribute by thinking critically, questioning claims, and sharing reliable sources. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what the current conference would contribute to. If we work together, empathetically and evidence-based, we can build a healthier and better informed society. So I wish you for a very successful discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Diana'ya teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank Diana for her presentation. Now we reached the most exciting part of our day. Distinguished guests, for the first time within the framework of the Congress, we held a contest about nutrition literacy, and we shared this on social media accounts, and we received a lot of application. For preschool and primary school teachers, we wanted to contribute to their awareness at that level of school age. So we wanted to encourage the teachers to develop sustainable contents about that. In the jury evaluation, we looked at the projects in terms of reality, scientific approach, and various criteria. We would like to thank all the participating professors now. We are going to give awards to the teachers who are inspiring for the students. I'd like to invite Mrs. Hünkar to the stage, please. The third place in our contest, Gürcan Kılıç, you are invited to the floor. I'm going to announce the third place, and you can read the name. Which school, which province? Welcome. We would like to congratulate you. Can you introduce yourself briefly? Hello, my name is Derya Tekin. I'm a teacher in Ankara Etimeskut. I finished my 27 years. I'm working with fourth graders right now. I also worked as a nurse. I'm a specialist. I had a specialist dietitian mother, and I've been carrying out my activities in line with this. In this contest, really we had a very good experience. It increased the visibility of what I have been doing for many years. Thank you. Let's take a photograph. Thank you. Can you talk about your project briefly? We can give you 5 minutes for that. The purpose of the project, as we have explained here, is to establish a consciousness and awareness of healthy nutrition among students and to develop their skills of food literacy and to be able to provide this information to the other individuals as well. When we are implementing this, it is not sufficient to implement it in the classroom only. It should be converted into a school culture, and I'm lucky in that regard. So there is a dimension of school culture and classroom practices. Also, we are moving in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our Fruit Day event. So at different times, we carry out such health week activities. Other than that, our school is convenient for this. There are animals. We make compost out of waste. We have planting areas. We are carrying out our activities. Children are involved in all the planting. As our colleagues mentioned, each school may not have this opportunity and space. But when we are doing it, we also have vertical gardens. If the schools don't have a garden, this can be an alternative for them. They can have vertical agriculture and agriculture without soil. So in terms of cooperation, I can say that we are pioneering. District health directorates are carrying out activities. They come to our schools through doctors. They hold public health trainings, and other than this, we have also worked with the nursing faculty of Başkent University. Each year they come to our school. They make the measurements of weight and height of children. They also provide training. During the pandemic, everybody was very sedative, and the children gained weight. And for a few years, we have calculated the body mass index. And we also worked with Turkish Foundation of Kidneys. We had online trainings with them on water consumption. Clean water. We are trying to teach our students that clean water should be clean, and that's especially important. I mentioned the Turkish Foundation of Kidney Foundation. What is clean water? What should we do about this? We had such practices as well. We also attach great importance to local products. The products should be cultivated in our own soil. They should be consumed during their seasons. We also contacted LÖSEV during the time we had mandarins. We supported LÖSEV, and then we had Milk Day events for awareness about water. My water bottle reminds me, when we say no, when we say don't do it, we have to provide them an alternative. So we are trying to teach our students that they should keep away from plastics. If we are not using plastic bottles, what should be the alternative? So this bottle, this flask, my flask is making me remember, was an enjoyable event. So we also had cooking events at home with algorithms. The students shared their meals in videos, face by face, and then they ate the food that they made. We also have some events to avoid waste. What can we do with old bread? Of course, bread which is a few days old. So they also thought about it, and they cooked things with such bread. We also have a soup day event on Wednesdays at 11 o'clock. You are also invited each week on Wednesday. As the food that comes to the school is dry food, we held a soup day, and the parents also supported us each week. Each week, one of the parents prepares soup and brings it to the school. Another event is the season of fruits and vegetables. This is a handicap for the students and children in the city, because when they go to the market, they can find all the fruits and vegetables. They don't know which fruit is harvested and should be consumed when. We hang them on the walls at different places at the school. We have taken it further, and we had an activity about the ancestor seeds. And we established an agro-library, heirloom. We had an heirloom event. And the games that they can play about environment. There are many different things in our library. The fruit and vegetables that are cultivated in our country, all of them are gathered there and they are visualized there. And we try to touch on them in the events. And lastly, we reached the topic of GDO. Now the students are learning what GDO is. Genetically modified organisms. Actually, GDO is a Turkish word. It's GMO, of course. We just started to work on the GMOs. At the end of this term, I'm sure they will have learned this by heart. We are not only teaching the students, the children, because we are also reaching out to their families, their grandmothers, grandfathers, uncles. They are also involved, so we are appealing to a larger group than the students. That is why parents are supporting these activities. It's very valuable that they take you seriously and they do what you recommend. It really satisfies me a lot to know this. I'm a lucky teacher in this regard. As the school, we are developing all of our policies to this end. Our students, our parents, and the school family union are also included in this. This is how we select the events when we are to organize an event at school, as well as the accomplishments. We also think about what kind of contributions it will have among the students. If we are going to have a theater, what is the topic? What is the message? Will it be worth watching? So we have many nice events, so they reinforce what they have learned in these good events. So there should be awareness in the plate of a child, and there should be hope in the garden of a school. Thank you very much.
Evet, şimdi yarışmamızın ikincisini açıklamak üzere Sayın Doktor.
Now I'm going to announce the second place in our competition. Talat Bey is actually going to announce this. So the second place is Zehra Ava. Nursery School from Düzce. Hello, I am from Düzce İstiklal Nursery School. I have been working as a teacher for 17 years. I am teaching really young and small children, and it is a great experience for me to crown this experience with such a award. Let me talk to you about my project. I'm going to our project is focusing on food literacy for young kids, among young kids. How do we produce food? So we started with this theme. how the food is produced. Our goal is to make sure that young children have better awareness of food literacy and they develop this habit of healthy nutrition, and they have raised awareness about food production. As you know, these young kids, small kids, whatever they do is really special for them. That's why we started with food production, and we made sure that the children undergo the whole experience of from field to fork, and they try to make sure that they recognize sustainable agriculture practices and have this awareness about food literacy. Our target audience was children between 5 and 6 years of age, and our stakeholders included dietitians working for the Ministry of National Education, and the parents, and the food and beverage department of the vocational education schools. So the first activity was this compost fertilizer generation, and when we generated or produced this compost manure, we gave the following message to the children: no labor or no particle is lost. It should be wasted. The nature creates everything and recycles everything. The second activity was this tomato seeding and the GMO awareness. So the children waited for the seeds to grow, and most of the time the children are impatient, but they learned how to be patient. They took care of these tomato seeds. They watered the tomato seeds every day and took care of the seeds. So we wanted to make sure that the children have a full understanding of a life cycle of a plant. And we wanted to also raise the awareness about GMOs. And we have this Makey, which is an electronic circuit. They connected it with tomatoes, and they played electronic piano in this using this application. So it was actually an activity which was quite enjoyable for the children. The third activity is the life cycle of wheat and natural bread cooking activity. So we wanted to focus on the story of the wheat from the seed to the bread. And they made this dough themselves, and they actually got this understanding of labor and work, and it became a real experience for them. They actually cooked this bread at home with their parents. The other activity was this hydroponic agriculture that we implemented together with parents. So when I first designed this activity, people asked me, how can you conduct this activity with such small children, young children? But they did it quite well. There is nothing that they cannot do. They have really good sense of responsibility, maybe a better one than most of us. Our goal in this activity was the following. As you know, we have water scarcity across the world and across the country. I'm sorry that I'm too nervous. Thank you. Because I'm mostly dealing with very young kids, I can easily communicate with them, but in front of such invaluable academicians, giving a presentation is a bit challenge to me. But I am honored to provide you this project. In this hydroponic agriculture, we told children that the water is becoming more and more scarce, and the agricultural fields are shrinking. So 70% of the water consumption is done in agriculture. But this cannot be sustained in the future. If this goes on like this, we may face real big problems. I am living in Düzce. There are a lot of agricultural fields in Tarım, in Düzce, but no one knows about hydroponic agriculture in Düzce. So together with our students and the parents, we started this and implemented this activity. The other activity was about organizing an information day about healthy lifestyle and nutrition together with the dietitian. They learned about the distinction between healthy and unhealthy food, portion balance, and water consumption. So every morning when children come walk into their classroom, they prepare their own healthy plate. It is forbidden to sell packaged food, packed food in our school. So these children prepare their own dishes themselves, and they peel the fruits themselves in this activity. The last activity is that we paid a visit to the food and beverage services section of a vocational high school in our province. So our children had the chance to experience hygiene, food preparation, and cuisine. The high school students guided these young kindergarten students, and they had the chance to observe them cooking at kitchen. And we also made use of technology. There is this worldwide online tool. They actually produce some pictures of themselves like cooks using AI. And at the end of this project, Zübeyde Hanım Vocational High School Food and Beverages Services Department participated in a ceremony that we held for them, and we provided them with some certificates in that ceremony. And I would like to thank Sabri Ülker Foundation because the training materials that they offer are really rich. I made use of those materials. They are really good in terms of their content. And as part of assessment, there was a pre-test and post-test that I applied to students and parents. I try to understand their perception before and after the project, and I try to show the progress that I achieved in that assessment. And I established an assessment rubric for the students. In this project, we focus our attention on raising awareness about food literacy, healthy lifestyle among the preschool kids. Thank you very much. Now it is time to announce the first ranking competitor. Yeşim Hanım is going to give the award. It is actually a moment which is full of pride for me. Anadolu Foundation actually organized a competition, and our student Seda won an award in that competition about origami. She's among the participants now, and just by coincidence, they are both graduates of Hacettepe University. A teacher candidate was also awarded a prize in this competition. So these are two students of mine who were awarded two different prizes by two different foundations, and they were my students. I hope that they also have their students. They also see in the future that their students get awards in the future. The first place goes to Makbule Coşkun. Dumlupınar Science and Art Center. Hello, my name is Makbule Coşkun. I am working for Dumlupınar Science and Art Center, and in 2006 I graduated from the Education Faculty of Hacettepe University. I would like to first thank Sabri Ülker Foundation for giving us this opportunity, and I also would like to thank my university for hosting me once again. In addition, I am really grateful to God that I had the chance to be with you, together with Hünkar Hanım. She is really important to me. She is important to all the graduates. She's a great role model. I always put on my jacket when I go into classrooms. So we are still putting on our jackets because we are following her example. So we are always following her example in our own classrooms when we teach our own students. So I'm grateful to her. Thank you. This project is called From Soil to Table, from Table to Nature. I am teaching primary school children from grade 2 to grade 4, and my children are the children that I teach are actually gifted children. So actually this project started with an interesting question asked by one of my students. We are teaching students out of the school hours, and we are teaching them as on Saturdays. There is no food that they can find at our center. That's why they try to bring in some food from home, like snack food, and they are not accustomed to eating them, and they just dispose it into the dustbin. One student said that we should not dispose this food into dustbin, we should just put it back into the soil, and that's how our project started. And we started to produce some compost manure out of this food waste. So we are focusing on the full cycle of the food, which is a never-ending cycle. And we wanted to revitalize this cycle. So we are not only after providing our students with information, but with some lifestyle habits. And even the peel of the apple is valuable. That was one of the messages that we tried to give to our students. And we produce compost. We organize some events, kitchens without waste. And we also made sure that students sow seeds into the garden of the school. So our school garden became a very mini agricultural field. And we got the support of the school, and in our science workshop, we had a science workshop event, and Selda Hanım, science teacher, actually taught us how to also produce liquid manure and compost. and we all use them in our mini garden. Actually, this project started last year with parsley, and this is a garden where we have pine trees. It is under the shade. I mean, there are not many places of the garden which are taking enough of sunlight. So we started with parsley, and then we started to grow different types of herbs like spinach or other herbs. And you see the liquid compost manure that we produced. And this was actually converted into a greenhouse last week, and this week it is going to grow. This how our students became more familiar with greenhouse practices. We are different from conventional primary schools. We don't need to follow a certain curricula. We have some extra flexibility in this regard. And our students developed a set of recipes. They produced a digital book for these recipes, and they also produced added audio to those recipes that you can reach through this QR code. This is electronic recipe book. For this you need to click on this QR code. We talked about the heirloom, and we talk about some traditional recipes. Two of the recipes that appear in that book belongs to my grandmother. And the children also learned about those recipes from their grandmothers. Of course, we did not get the support of a dietitian. This is actually the lacking point of this project. Maybe it can be further improved in this regard in the future. We also organize some awareness raising events across in our center. We also started some boards at the school. We are making use of digital boards, digital infographics, and we presented them to the other classmates and other classes. These science and art culture art centers are actually gathering students from different schools, and this has created a butterfly impact because each student explained this project to their own school. That's how we reach out to a larger audience. And we had some events with the participation of parents. Parents were very much delighted with the results that we achieved. Last year we were able to get 25 kilograms of organic waste. This year is going to even increase because we started to produce some liquid manure, and we also have for this worm manure. We are also growing some worms at school in the basement floor. We also conducted a pre-test and post-test on the students, and 90% of the students are delighted. The students have acquired this conscious consumer awareness. It started with one seed, but it actually became a circular lifetime journey for us that reached to our tables. Thank you. I also would like to thank all the teachers, dear participants. It is now our day is now over. We would like to thank all the speakers, all the participants, and we would like to thank Sabri Ülker Foundation.